Good morning, good morning. It's a good morning indeed. Since the other morning, I give myself a little mic check in the morning. Just make sure that's all good. Boom, boom. No way. Yes way. Let's do that. One, two, three. Pulling out some cards. I got some feedback the other day, and it seemed like the tarot reading, the oracle reading, helped a lot more people than just who it was directly for. And so, got some pulling out some cards and whatnot right now to have ready. Oh, that's one thing about life I've noticed. Start getting ready for something, people. I'm not saying here or anything of that matter. Though people in general, they'll start rushing, start hurrying an individual up so that they move faster. You ever worked on getting a weed eater started, or any type of device that takes a little bit of effort? Well, I've noticed a smooth, proper starting, a good setup allows me to continue in my formatting, allows me to continue in being able to flow without distraction, without my mind on something else. Cool. I like that. Need to finish saging my home. I learned some pretty good methods in saging the house, as we all learn our little tricks of the trade to flow with. Cool, Rome. Good to hear you're doing good. Michelle, very good. Happy to be doing pretty darn decent myself. It is certainly a good morning and a grand rising. And I've heard individuals and they're like, don't say morning because it means you're crying. And there's a group of the Divine Mother in ancient Egypt that I found out about. And it filled in a lot of blanks. If you've ever had the moment where you were crying profusely for no good reason, there was no proper reason, and the tears were just flowing. And there was an old system, and it was primarily priestesses. It was ladies, though what it was essentially centered at was assisting the grieving, assisting the living who's grieving of someone who passed away. And so literally we learned in our system of magic, of nature, of telepathy and all that good stuff, of how to literally accept the pain from someone else so that they don't go through the full bearing of it themselves. And this took me back to the scripture where it says that God won't let you bear more than you can handle. And when we are each other connected in some form or fashion, we do balance that energy from one to another. And I believe that's where these emotions pop out of nowhere. But they weren't from nowhere, they were from someone that we were helping to balance so that they could survive the event they were going through. I don't know about you, but I certainly know that when going through an emotional situation, anything to take off that edge, anything to take off that top of the pain is going to help me get through it. I don't need everything removed. I don't need my problem fixed. I'll deal with it. I'll handle it when I get there. But and so I found that working. And so it's important that I learned that the shadow side, the sad side, the hurt side always needs attention in some format, in some way or another. And as long as it gets that attention, then it's going to be doing okay. Just a little check-in. Just a little bit of how you're doing. And sharing some time with someone is a major advantage. I've read this story in the past. It's called Brother Lusting. Let's read a story. Hope your weekend is starting off positively. There was one on a time a great war, and when it came to an end, many soldiers were discharged. Then Brother Lustig also received his dismissal, and besides that, nothing but a small loaf of contract bread and 4 kreutzers in money, with which he departed. St. Peter had, however, placed himself in his way in the shape of a poor beggar, and when Brother Lustig came up, he begged alms of him. Brother Lustig replied, "Dear beggar man, what am I to give you? I've been a soldier, and I have received my dismissal, and have nothing but this little loaf of contract bread and 4 kreutzers of money. When that's gone, I shall have to beg as well as you. Still, I will give you something." Thereupon he divided the loaf into 4 parts, and gave the apostle one of them, and a kreuzer likewise. St. Peter thanked him, went onwards, and threw himself again in the soldier's way as a beggar, but in another shape, and when he came out, begged a gift of him as before. Brother Lustig spoke as he had done before, and again gave him a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him, and went onwards, but for the third time placed himself in another shape as a beggar on the road, and spoke to Brother Lustig. Brother Lustig gave him also the third quarter of bread and the 3 kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him, and Brother Lustig went onwards, and had but a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. With that he went into an inn, ate the bread, and ordered 1 kreuzer's worth of beer. When he had had it, he journeyed onwards, and then St. Peter, who had assumed the appearance of a discharged soldier, met and spoke to him thus: "Good day, comrade. Canst thou not give me a bit of bread and a kreuzer to get a drink?" "Where am I to procure it?" answered Brother Lustig. "I have been discharged, and I got nothing but a loaf of ammunition, bread, and 4 kreutzers in money. I met 3 beggars on the road, and I gave each of them a quarter of my bread and 1 kreuzer. The last I ate in the end, and had a drink with the last kreuzer. Now my pockets are empty, and if thou also hast nothing, we can go a begging together." "No," answered St. Peter, "we need not quite do that. I know a little about medicine, and I will soon earn as much as I require to buy that." "Indeed," said Brother Lustig, "I know nothing of that, so I must go and beg alone." "Just come with me," said St. Peter, "and if I earn anything, thou shalt have half of it." "All right," said Brother Lustig. So they went away together. Then they came to a peasant's house, inside which they had loud lamentations and cries. So they went in, and there the husband was lying sick unto death, and very near his end, and his wife was crying and weeping quite loudly. "Stop that howling and crying," said St. Peter. "I will make the man well again." And he took his salve out of his pocket, and healed the sick man in a moment, so that he could get up and was in perfect health. In great delight the man and his wife said, "How can we reward you? What shall we give you?" But St. Peter would take nothing, and the more the peasant folks offered him, the more he refused. Brother Lustig, however, nudged St. Peter and said, "Take something. Sure enough, we are in need of it." At length the woman brought a lamb, and said to St. Peter that he really must take that, but he would not. Then Brother Lustig gave him a poke in the side, and said, "Do take it, you stupid fool, we are in great want of it." Then St. Peter said at last, "Well, I will take the lamb, but I won't carry it. If thou wilt insist on having it, thou must carry it." "That is nothing," said Brother Lustig, "I will easily carry it," and took it on his shoulder. Then they departed and came to a wood, but Brother Lustig had begun to feel the lamb heavy, and he was hungry, so he said to St. Peter, "Look, that's a good place. We might cook the lamb there and eat it." "As you like," said St. Peter, "but I can't have anything to do with the cooking. If thou wilt cook, there is a kettle for thee, and in the meantime I will walk about a little until it is ready. Thou must, however, not begin to eat until I have come back. I will come at the right time." "Well, go then," said Brother Lustig. "I understand cookery. I will manage it." Then said St. Peter went away, and Brother Lustig killed the lamb, lighted a fire, threw the meat into the kettle, and boiled it. The lamb was, however, quite ready, and the Apostle Peter had not come back. So Brother Lusting took it out of the kettle, cut it up, and found the heart that's said to the and that is said to be the best part, said he, and tasted it. But at last he ate it all up. At length St. Peter returned and said, Thou mayst eat the whole of the lamb thyself. I will only have the heart. Give me that. Then Brother Lusting took a knife and fork and pretended to look anxiously about amongst the lamb's flesh, but not to be able to find the heart. At last he said abruptly, There is none here. But where can it be? Said the apostle. I don't know, replied Brother Lusting. But look, what fools we both are, to seek for the lamb's heart, and neither of us to remember that a lamb has no heart. Oh, said St. Peter, that is something quite new. Every animal has a heart. Why is a lamb to have none? No, be assured, my brother, said Brother Lustig, that a lamb has no heart. Just consider it seriously, and then you'll see that it really has none. Well, it is all right, said St. Peter. If there is no heart, then I want none of the lamb. Thou mayst eat it alone. What I can't eat now, I will carry away in my knapsack, said Brother Lustig, and he ate half the lamb and put the rest in his knapsack. They went farther, and then St. Peter caused a great stream of water to flow right across their path, and they were obliged to pass through it. Said St. Peter, Do thou go first? No, answered Brother Lustig, thou must go first. And he thought, If the water is too deep, I will stay behind. Then St. Peter strode through it, and the water just reached to his knee. So Brother Lustig began to go through also, but the water grew deeper and reached to his throat, and he cried, Brother, help me. St. Peter said, Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart? No, said he, I have not eaten it. Then the water grew deeper still and rose to his mouth. Help me, brother, cried the soldier. St. Peter said, Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart? No, he replied, I have not eaten it. St. Peter, however, would not let him be drowned, but made the water sink and helped him through it. Then they journeyed onwards and came to a kingdom where they heard the king's daughter lay sick unto death. Hollo, brother, said the soldier to St. Peter, this is a chance for us. If we can heal her, we shall be provided for life. But St. Peter was not half quick enough for it. Come, lift your legs, my dear brother, said he, that we may get there in time. But St. Peter walked slower and slower, though Brother Lustig did all he could to drive and push him on. And at last they heard the princess was dead. Now we are done for, said Brother Lustig. That comes of thy sleepy way of walking. Just be quiet, answered St. Peter. I can do more than cure sick people. I can bring the dead ones to life again. Well, if thou canst do that, said Brother Lustig, it's all right. But thou shouldst earn at least half the kingdom for us by that. Then they went to the royal palace, where everyone was in great grief. But St. Peter told the king that he would restore his daughter to life. He was taken to her and said, Bring me a kettle and some water. And when that was brought, he bade everyone go out, and not allowed no one to remain with him but Brother Lustig. Then he cut off all the dead girl's limbs and threw them in the water, lighted a fire beneath the kettle and boiled them, and when the flesh had fallen away from the bones, he took out the beautiful white bones and laid them on a table, and arranged them together in their natural order. Then when he had done that, he stepped forward and said 3 times, In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise. And at the third time the princess arose, living, healthy, and beautiful. Then the king was in the greatest joy, and said to St. Peter, Ask for thy reward, even if it were half my kingdom, I would give it to thee. But St. Peter said, I want nothing. O thou tomfool, thought Brother Lustig to himself, and nudged his comrade's side, and said, Don't be so stupid. If thou hast no need of anything, I have. St. Peter, however, would have nothing, but as the king saw that the other would very much like to have something, he ordered his treasurer to fill Brother Lustig's knapsack with gold. Then they went on their way, and when they came to a forest, St. Peter said to Brother Lustig, Now we will divide the gold. Yes, he replied, we will. So St. Peter divided the gold and divided it into 3 heaps. Brother Lustig thought to himself, What craze has he got in his head now? He is making 3 shares, and there are only 2 of us." But St. Peter said, "I have divided it exactly. There's 1 share for me, 1 for thee, and 1 for him who ate the lamb's heart." "Oh, I ate that," replied Brother Lustig, and hastily swept up the gold. "You may trust what I say." "But how can that be true," said St. Peter, "when a lamb has no heart?" What, brother? What can you be thinking of? Lambs have hearts like other animals. Why should only they have none?" "Well, so be it," said St. Peter. "Keep the gold to yourself, but I will stay with you no longer. I will go my way alone." "As you like it, dear brother," answered Brother Lustig. "Farewell." Then St. Peter went a different road, but Brother Lustig thought, "It is a good thing that he has taken himself off. He is certainly a strange saint after all." Then he had money enough, but did not know how to manage it, squandered it, gave it away, and when some time had gone by, once more had nothing. Then he arrived in a certain country where he heard that a king's daughter was dead. "Oh, oh," thought he, "that may be a good thing for me. I will bring her to life again, and see that I am paid as I ought to be." So he went to the king and offered to raise the dead girl to life again. Now the king had heard that a discharged soldier was traveling about and bringing dead persons to life again, and thought that Brother Lustig was the man. But as he had no confidence in him, he consulted his counselors first, who said that he might give it a trial at his daughter, if give it a trial as his daughter was dead. Then Brother Lustig ordered water to be brought to him in a kettle, bade everyone get out, cut the limbs off, threw them in the water, and lighted a fire beneath, just as he had seen St. Peter do. The water began to boil, the flesh fell off, and when he took the bones out and laid them on the table, but he did not know the order in which to lay them, and placed them all wrong in confusion. Then he soon before them said, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise." And he said this thrice, but the bones did not stir. So he said it thrice more, but also in vain. "Confounded girl that you are, get up," cried he, "get up, or it shall be worse for you." When he had said that, St. Peter suddenly appeared in his former shape as a discharged soldier. He entered by the window and said, "Godless man, what art thou doing? How can the dead maiden arise when thou hast thrown about her bones in such confusion?" "Dear brother, I've done everything to the best of my ability," he answered. "This once I will help thee out of the difficulty. But one thing I tell thee, that is, that if ever thou undertakest anything of this kind again, it will be the worse for thee, and also that thou must neither demand nor accept the smallest thing from the king for this." Thereupon St. Peter laid the bones in their right order, and said to the maiden 3 times, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise." And the king's daughter arose, healthy and beautiful as before. Then St. Peter went away again by the window, and Brother Lustig was rejoiced to find that all had passed off so well, but was very much vexed to think that after all he was not to take anything for it. "I should just like to know," thought he, "what fancy that fellow has got in his head, for what he gives with one hand he takes away with the other. There is no sense whatever in it." Then the king offered Brother Lustig whatsoever he wished to have, but he did not dare to take anything. However, by hints and cunning he contrived to make the king order his knapsack to be filled with gold for him, and with that he departed. When he got out, St. Peter was standing by the door, and said, "Just look what a man thou art! Did I not forbid thee to take anything, and there thou hast thy knapsack full of gold? How can I help that?" Answered Brother Lustig, "If people will put it in for me. Well, I tell thee this, that if ever thou settest about anything of this kind again, thou shalt suffer for it." "Ah, brother, have no fear. Now I have money. Why should I trouble myself with washing bones?" "Faith," said St. Peter, "the gold will last a long time. In order that after this thou mayest never tread in forbidden paths, I will bestow on thy knapsack this property, namely, that whatsoever thou wishest to have inside it shall be there." Farewell, thou wilt now never see me more. Goodbye, said Brother Lustig, and thought to himself, I am very glad that thou hast taken thyself off, thou strange fellow. I shall certainly not follow thee. But of the magical power which had been bestowed on his knapsack, he thought no more. Brother Lustig travelled about with his money and squandered and washed what he had as before. When at last he had no more than 4 kreutzers, he passed by an inn and thought, the money must go, and ordered 3 kreutzers worth of wine and 1 kreutzer's worth of bread for himself. As he was sitting there drinking, the smell of roast goose made its way to his noose. Brother Lustig looked about and peeped and saw that the host had 2 geese standing in the oven. Then he remembered that his comrade had said that whatsoever he wished to have in his knapsack should be there. So he said, oh, ho, I must try that with the geese. So he went out, and when he was outside the door, he said, I wish those 2 roasted geese out of the oven and in my knapsack. And when he had said that, he unbuckled it and looked in, and there they were inside it. Ah, that's right, said he. Now I am a made man. And went away to a meadow and took out the roast meat. And when he was inside the midst of his meal, 2 journeymen came up and looked at the second goose, which was not yet touched, with hungry eyes. Brother Lustig thought to himself, one is enough for me, and called the 2 men up and said, take the goose and eat it for my health, to my health. They thanked him and went with it to the inn, ordered themselves a half-bottle of wine and a loaf, took out the goose which had been given them, and began to eat. The hostess saw them and said to her husband, those 2 are eating a goose. Just look to see if it is not one of ours, out of the oven. Then the landlord ran thither, and behold, the oven was empty. What, cried he, you thievish crew, you want to eat goose as cheap as that? Pay for it this moment, or I will wash your well with green hazel sap. The two said, we are no thieves. A discharged soldier gave us the goose outside there in the meadow. You shall not throw dust in my eyes that way. The soldier was here, but he went out by the door like an honest fellow. I looked after him myself. You are thieves, and you shall pay. But as they could not pay, he took a stick and cudgeled them out the house. Brother Lustig went his way and came to a place where there was a magnificent castle, and not far from it a wretched inn. He went to the inn and asked for a night's lodging, but the landlord turned him away and said, there is no room here. The house is full of noble guests. It surprises me that they should come to you and not go to that splendid castle, said Brother Lustig. Ah, indeed, replied the host, but it is no slight matter to sleep there for a night. No one who has tried it so far has ever come out of it alive. If others have tried it, said Brother Lustig, I will try it too. Leave it alone, said the host. It will cost you your neck. It won't kill me at once, said Brother Lustig. Just give me the key, and some good food and wine. So the host gave him the key and food and wine, and with this Brother Lustig went into the castle, enjoyed his supper, and at length he was sleepy. He lay down on the ground, for there was no bed. He soon fell asleep, but during the night was disturbed by a great noise, and when he awoke, he saw 9 ugly devils in the room who had made a circle and were dancing around him. Brother Lustig said, well, dance as long as you like, but none of you must come too close. But the devils pressed continually near to him and almost stepped on his face with their hideous feet. Stop, you devil ghosts, said he, but they behaved still worse. Then Brother Lustig grew angry and cried, hola! But I will soon make it quiet, and got the leg of a chair and struck out into the midst of them with it. But 9 devils against 1 soldier were still too many, and when he struck those in front of him, the others seized him behind the hair and tore it unmercifully. Devil's crew, cried he, it is getting too bad. But wait, into my knapsack, all 9 of you. In an instant they were in it, and then he buckled it up and threw it into a corner. After this all was suddenly quiet, and Brother Lustig lay down and slept till it was a bright day. Then came the innkeeper and the nobleman to whom the castle belonged, to see how he had fared. But when they perceived that he was merry and all well, they were astonished, and asked, "Have the spirits done you no harm then?" "The reason they have not," answered Brother Lustig, "is because I have got the whole 9 of them in my knapsack. You may once more inhabit your castle quite tranquilly. None of them will ever haunt it again." The nobleman thanked him, made him rich presents, and begged him to remain in his service, and he would provide for him as long as he lived. "No," replied Brother Lustig, "I am used to wandering about. I will travel farther." And then he went away, and entered into his smithy, laid the knapsack which contained the 9 devils on the anvil, and asked the smith and his apprentices to strike it. So they smote with their great hammers with all their strength, and the devils uttered howls which were quite pitiable. When he opened the knapsack after this, 8 of them were dead, but one which had been lying in a fold of it was still alive, slipped out, and went back again to hell. Thereupon Brother Lustig traveled a long time about the world, and those who know them can tell many a story about him. But at last he grew very old, and thought of his end. So he went to a hermit who is known to be a pious man, and said to him, "I'm tired of wandering about, and want now to behave in such a manner that I shall enter into the kingdom of heaven." The hermit replied, "There are 2 roads. One is broad and pleasant, and leads to hell. The other is narrow and rough, and leads to heaven." Now I should be a fool, thought Brother Lustig, if I were to take the narrow, rough road. So he set out and took the broad and pleasant road, and at length came to a great black door, which was the door of hell. Brother Lustig knocked, and the doorkeeper peeped out to see who was there. But when he saw Brother Lustig, he was terrified, for he was the very same 9th devil who had been shut up in the knapsack, and he had escaped from it with a black eye. So he pushed the bolt in again as quickly as he could, ran to the devil's lieutenant, and said, "There is a fellow outside with a knapsack who wants to come in, but as you value your lives, don't allow him to enter, or he will wish the whole of hell into his knapsack. He once gave me a frightful hammering when I was inside it." So they called out to Brother Lustig that he was to go away again, for he should not get in there. "If they won't have me here," thought he, "I will see if I can find a place for myself in heaven, for I must be somewhere." So he turned about and went onward until he came to the door of heaven, where he knocked. St. Peter was sitting hard by as doorkeeper. Brother Lustig recognized Peter and at once, and thought, "Here I find an old friend. I shall get on better." But St. Peter said, "I really believe that thou wantest to come into heaven. Let me in, brother. I must get in somewhere. If they would not take me into hell, I have to come here." "No," said St. Peter, "thou shalt not enter." "Then if thou wilt not have me, give it here then," said St. Peter. Then Brother Lustig gave him the knapsack in, into heaven through the bars, and St. Peter took it and hung it beside his seat. Then Brother Lustig said, "And now I wish myself inside my knapsack." And in a second he was in it, and in heaven, and St. Peter was forced to let him stay there. By cunning and contrivance, if one truly does seek a better life, they can reach it. We've been talking about for a few days about the unconditioned state of the soul, of the spirit. And that truly is something that is worth working for, worth attaining. There's so many advantages in life. But today I woke up, and what jumped into my mind was family, success and family. And I'm not talking about like blood relatives, I'm not talking about family next to us physically, but I'm talking about that spiritual family of angels that's always around us. And there's humans in this world, and there's consciousness in other dimensions. And the more we see their little hints of their presence, the more we believe this, the more I've done this, the more I have embraced this, is the more I know, like, so many times I'm facing what I would perceive as the end, but it's a new beginning that I'm rolling into. To me, I saw it as a catastrophic ending, but it wasn't. It wasn't catastrophic. It was just another process in the development of learning how to connect with myself and thus everyone around me. I've traveled on my journeys and I've talked to quite a many different people, and I knew I wasn't alone. I knew what I was going through, what I was experiencing in my mind. I wasn't alone because I was meeting other people that were into the same kind of stuff. And now we're in a day to where YouTube and video, and I'm not the only one. There's a lot of other people out there making videos in different aspects and engaging life in their own aspect of this type of spiritual renaissance that we're going through. It's like we had to get awakened individually before we got awakened collectively. Coffee is life, that's for sure. A good old best friend. Oh, Linda, awesome. That's cool. Thanks. Super cool. What's up, new master? That's cool. I like that as a decent name. Yep, that was from Brother Scrim earlier. The story that I was reading earlier, Brother Lusting. That was Brother Scrim. What's up from England? Suwushi, what's up? How are you doing? Alaska, Arizona, what's up? What's up? From all the way around the world. Tell you what, it's interesting. A little side note while I shuffle some cards. If anybody wants a reading, I've got 4 decks in front of me. This particular, I've got various decks, but today I felt like focusing on Egyptian on Kemetic. So this one technically uses the Rider White system, but is very Egyptian focused. This particular one is an actual ancient system, and it's Egyptian, and it does not have the Rider White format, but it still has cups and swords and staffs and pinnacles and things like that. It's a blank. Create the world you want. This one is a legit, very, very old oracle system on the Egyptian. And so everything's a little bit different. And then I have another one that they would call it an oracle system, but this one has very good guided meditations to be able to give out. So if anybody would like a reading, I'd be more than happy to do one for anybody. Donations are always helpful. We've got some awesome donations lately, and so that's got essentially with the donations that have been made, I've got I've got rent covered for the next 3 months, and I can go get groceries and essentially for the month. So I'm pretty happy on that. Um, but I would like to keep eating, so any donations along that route would be great. And I don't mind just doing the tarot oracle readings for anybody who would like them. Just let me know, pop down your name, I'll get my pen and paper so that I can keep track of people's names and not lose that order like I did I think I did that yesterday. Boom, that'll work. That's awesome, Forsaken. Right, South. Oh, that's cool. Hello, Geek San. Very nice, thank you. Thank you, that boy. To continue growth for all of us. Yorkshire. Whoa, that's awesome. Got quite a few over there. I'm in America. Boom, Canada's here. Randall from Florida. I did not see any poetry from you. I'm happy to read people's poetry. If you got some poetry, boom, pop it in the log. I'll read it. Like I love reading poetry. We've read Edgar Allan Poe, amongst others, and shoot, let's read some modern stuff. Some people put some stuff down. It's really nice. Stage was sinking. Yeah, there's something going. Something was going to happen down there, and it shouldn't be happening. Spirits moved around. I don't know. A sinking stage. I don't see that as an accident or just a oops. Something was like, no, we don't like the vibe. I don't know. Maybe they need to reset up. Maybe something bad was going to happen that day. Maybe the stage would have crashed that day and avoid a worse problem. Boom, we made sure it sunk down before the big jam went down. I always try to find a positive reason why things are happening personally. Michelle, yo. Yeah, I was like, you know what, let's just make everybody a moderator. Everybody that's cool, I'm just going to make them a moderator, and then, like, it'll be a really good place because no fucking trolls can stick here, so, um, Lily G153 said it's 5:45 where you are. It is 5:47 where I am. So must have been a couple minutes since you posted that. I'm in northern USA. But all right, let's see here. I want to shuffle some cards. There's a interesting, very positive card that popped up today. I'll be aware of that. I'm going to kick up another story here from the Grimm Fairy Tales. I feel like reading stories today. Um, and the thing that was on my mind when I took a shower earlier, getting my day started, family entered my mind. It was like family. A lot of times people are like, what's the message of the day? What's the theme of the day? And it's to family came to me. And that family is, a lot of times they don't even know their family. But that's not where my heart is. Our divine family on this earth is everywhere. I started seeing earth as my home and humans as my family. That's what I changed in my perspective. Instead of a building being a home, it's nice to have a roof over the head. It's nice to be protected from the elements. But in all reality, even if that house isn't provided, we still technically have a home, and it's called Earth. And I don't mean in any wrong way to go think somebody's things belong to you. No, though you can't just take anybody's things. Though I have a home, I'm not dead. There's other humans on the planet, and just because blood relatives ousted me or whatever the case, doesn't mean that people don't have a good heart. I've walked into a restaurant, I was sitting there, it was a fast food restaurant, and I was hungry. I had been traveling and walking, very little food, if anything, and I saw this older gentleman, and something jumped in my heart and my mind, and it said, go ask him to buy you some food. So I got up and I went and asked him directly if he would get me some food, please. And he said, why did you ask me? And I said, because within my mind, I said to go ask you for some food. Just ask you to give me some food. And he didn't second guess me. He didn't question me. He didn't look at me funny. He literally stood up, walked to the counter and the register, and proceeded to give me whatever I wanted. And then on top of that was like, you want a shake with that? And I was like, yeah, that'd be great. And he was a complete stranger. Never seen him before, never seen him afterwards. But something connected me and him for that brief moment. And that's the family I'm talking about. It's the family that's everywhere. Just because you never met them before, don't mean they won't help you. Just because you are physically alone in your journey, doesn't mean there aren't guardian angels all over the place looking at you. In my own world, that wasn't that wasn't just like God telling me to go ask that man for some food. That was his soul. That was his spirit. And honestly, when I'm around people, that's what I connect with more. I'm literally, while I'm in your presence, I'm talking to your soul constantly. You may not be able to hear their voice, but I'm always on that tunage every single morning. Do I meditate? Shoot, I wake up in a full-on trance state of being. It's the way my eyes have. I'm legally blind in my left eye, and the way our vision comes in through our eyes and crosses to our brain, the way information translates and goes through. So I have complete blurred vision. I have like peripheral view on my left eye, but it's completely blurred, so I don't focus with my left eye. You have two eyes that are like focusing together. I have to work and I can focus with my eyes together, but this is still all blurred vision. It's I don't see the way you see, and so my brain processes things differently. So it's my brain is always in a trance state of being, and there's other people like that out there that have either went through some injury or born naturally, just happened to something kind of clicked into place that isn't normally happening for people, and that's why we wind up experiencing these anomalous events over and over and over and over and over and over. And people are like, "Oh, he's special," or "Oh, whatever," and they see us how they see us. But we're truly connecting with the quantum field and dark matter itself, so as to create physical reality before us. And this was the ways of the ancients. Like this, people think it was restricted to just the priestly class, but that was in the downfall. That was when things were like going down. We look at history and we're like, they improved and they improved and they improved and they improved. That was a physical improvement, but they were losing connection to each other in the process. And so it was really a downfall. Their rise was a false rise. And that's where we have to change what we're doing, and funnel everything through love rather than money, seeing it as family rather than a stranger. Is a stranger? Yeah, so if there's some danger, don't go alone. But in a normal sort of situation in life, people, at least from my experience, they recognize respect, they recognize honor, and you can honor a stranger, you can honor somebody you don't like without doing anything extra special. Their life, and like any other life that irritates the crap out of you, you don't hang around it, you just move away from it. But we do a lot of work. We have a lot of goodwill, and we're working on helping somebody, and then people come in and they will be inclined to take something from us, something we've been working on. And then when we get all the pieces together, we can't put it together because they took some things we didn't know about. We're like, what the hell? Scratching our head? These things are our joy, it's our happiness. I tell you the truth. I tell you, people do wrong. They use some little magic trick they learned from a old relative or a friend or something. They steal some energy and then they feel happy. They ignore how bad they feel for the wrong they done. And that's why the healer, that's why you would have done something really good for somebody, and then somehow, some reason, it gets turned around to make you feel like crap. That's why. When I learned that people were doing this, it's something you have to catch them red-handed doing. They'll never confess it. They'll never, ever, ever, ever admit it. And that's why in one of my last major relationships that lasted for 8 years total, that's why I stayed as long as I did, because I learned all those tactics. I learned all those ways. I got, I heard the confession. I got it all. They thought I was dead and wasn't recording. They thought they won. You know how an enemy, like in the movies, they got the hero, they got him all beat to a pulp and on the ground and tied to a chair or whatever the case, and they're letting out their whole fucking story. Yeah, because pride comes before their motherfucking fall. You let somebody, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I'm not telling you what to do, just sharing what I did. I got in that situation and I let myself emotionally die because I knew God would bring me back. I knew that the Spirit would raise my ass up. I knew that I would not get lost entirely. So I went in knowingly and I let myself be defeated and conquered. But as I was defeated and conquered, that motherfucker was spilling all their goddamn fucking secrets. Just like that pride motherfucker before their fall. But I didn't focus this on one individual. I expanded the view. If one person is doing it, there are thousands, if not millions, who've been doing it for who knows how long. That's the reality. Nothing in this world is truly isolated. Nothing is. If it's going on over here, it's going on over there. They have their version, I have my version, you have your version, but it's a wave of energy that's causing this similitude of events to occur. And so, really, kind of letting another person pillage my belongings and take what they think they're getting away with, well, I learned their nature because those 8 years were just 8 years of my life. That's not my whole life. That's just a portion of it. And then once I got out of that situation, that's when I continued to apply the lessons that I learned, to be aware of the information that I knew was true, regardless of what anybody else would say or confess or agree with otherwise. And I navigated the world as I fucking saw it fit. And with my data and my information and my experience, not through the lens of anybody else, but properly utilizing their perspective so I can look through that aspect of the kaleidoscope. We got to look at all the aspects. That's how I got to look at all the aspects. So keeping that in, but not keeping it to where it distorts my own vision. And that's what I lived by for 5 years, 4 or 5 years. And with continued success, that's when I just started sharing everything online. I'm like, I'm looking at what everybody's offering. You got music, you got this, you got entertainment. Where's the growth? There's documentaries, there's some good scientists out there, there's some good philosophers out there in the world, and they come and share, but that's where I wanted to join in, like some aspect of life that's going to benefit. I can't act. I can't just fucking do a jump and hip whoop hop blah and sell you some. I can't sell you shit. I'm horrible at selling anything. I'm good at being myself. That's what I know how to do. That's what I'm best at. When I try to be somebody else, it don't work. uh, I want to talk about flattery for a moment. Now, compliments are good. Don't get me wrong on that. But flattery, from men to women, from women to men, flattery, when somebody is being extra, extra, extra kind to you, there's a reason for it. Be aware of people's exaggerated kind deeds. And what I mean by that is, don't stop paying attention to your surroundings. Just because somebody may be giving you compliments, okay, cool, accept it. Whatever, I'm telling you what I do. I accept it, whatever. Okay, cool. That's nice. That exists. But don't let that change your course. Don't get stuck in anything. Don't let anybody win your favor just by telling you how good you are, how much you improved, or something like that. A lot of times people, they will flatter you with kindness, and they'll do it to use you. They pull you in close. They ask you for a favor. You say yes because you feel inclined to. They've done so much, so why not? Then they start using regularly. The flattery, the kindness goes away, the smiles are done, and now just a working and a working and a working and a working, and don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna tell you what to do. It's a working, and that's all it gets to. Be aware of the circumstances that accompany things. For instance, this is something I learned a long fucking time ago. If you're ever in a relationship and you do something to fuck up, do not buy flowers. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna tell you why. It has to be from day one onward. If you start afterwards, you're screwed. It's only good for future relationships, ones you haven't fucked up yet. But if you fuck up, don't buy flowers, because if you buy flowers ever again after that, the flowers are going to represent that you fucked up. So now you're associating a beautiful thing with a bad deed. Not cool. That doesn't make no sense to me. The true apology comes where there's a change in behavior. The character of the heart of the individual changes their actions on a daily basis. That's a real apology. That's really owning what one done. I went through enough pain in my life to say I'm not going back down that road. I don't care if it's to save somebody. I don't care what it's for. I'm not going back down there. I'll reach out to them people. I'll make sure my vibration reaches their low level vibration. I'll make sure that frequency gets to them. But I'm done going back, because I found out that that's how it kept me in a fucked up state. It kept me in a loop of letting people take my things. And I'm not just saying physical things, but emotional qualities, my happiness, my calmness, my peace. Situations where people truly were using kind behavior to make me do what they wanted. I had to find the Divine Mother. I had to find divine law and order. I had to make connection with that, because I knew in this human world, I'm outnumbered. I'm outnumbered. They got more money. I could challenge, sure, but dude, they got a freaking army practically. Call them lawyers, call them workers, call them whatever you. They got a freaking army, okay? Like they could buy it. They could double their freaking numbers and do whatever they. I don't have the advantage on this world. So I'm gonna call out to mom and dad. And it's not my words they're gonna hear. It's my heart. It's my heart. It's a vibration of my heart. And if mom hears her kid crying every single day, you think any righteous, divine, loving mother or divine father is just going to stand by while their kid cries? No, they're going to step in. But as long as their kid is fighting with the other person and God all up in the mix, well, mom and dad going to stay away. You chose to fight your own battle. Fight it. You're so grown up. Go ahead. Get your results. That's what you win. Good for you. Whether you like it or not, that's what you got. And truly, the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they know better than what we know. whatever ET, whatever advanced intelligence, whatever is out there beyond us, they're beyond us. Therefore, they know what would be best for us in our future because they've been down that path at some point in order to retain their people, their world, their understanding, their togetherness. That's a long history to be traveling the skies to any degree, whether it be immaterial or material. Can't get too far if you're forgetting everything. Dude, that sounds, little bro, that sounds like a little like tagline or a little hook line or something on a song, man. Divine Mother, Divine Father, Divine Lord, blessed the whole world with love, miracles indeed. I love you all. And somebody else can pop up a better rhyme or ditty or something. I ain't the best at it, but that's I'm gonna screenshot that. Here we go. Got it. All right. This next one is I'm kind of pulling some cards and not necessarily showing them, but using them as a guiding way of chatting. Um, I like to make things as, I don't know, personable as possible. Oh, it's okay. Find that eventually. Found it. Lapis lazuli. It says your soul is very ancient, beloved, and does not only herald from Earth. It holds much special wisdom of star peoples from civilizations far and near, with unique high vibrational awareness that can help humanity transition from a civilization based in fear and a love based culture. You're guided to come into deeper acceptance of your own inner knowing now. The challenge can be that such ancient souls can feel out of place here on Earth for a time as they go through an adjustment process and remember their healing mission on this planet. These souls hold much inner wisdom of star peoples and civilizations far and wide in this galaxy and beyond. This inner wisdom vibrates at a higher level than the frequencies of fear, aggression, dominance, and disconnection that are a part of the global human wounding that are here to help heal, that we're here to help heal. This is why ancient souls are needed, of course, to help offer a different reality which is more whole and connected to oneness and love. But the challenge is not to lose belief in honoring of your own true inner wisdom and deep soul truths while becoming a member of a culture that is still so different to yours. This oracle comes to you to provide a much needed spiritual recognition that you have wisdom and understanding within you that is very ancient and flows from the soul, and that you also have a sacred connection to wisdoms that come from star peoples of Sirius and other celestial beings that serve through unconditional love. This is neither strange nor weird, but it is precious, and although you are not the only one of your kind here, it is far from a common soul type on this planet, mostly because it takes a lot of strength and dedication to be able to sustain existence purposefully in a vibration that is lower than your own natural vibration. This oracle comes to you with an offering of guidance. Remember who you are within. Do not try to fit with external models of how to be in this world, for you are here to help birth a new way that is more aligned with spiritual truth. You're guided to trust in your wisdom, to sit and contemplate any issue that you're questioning right now, and to trust in the voice of your heart. Guidance doesn't have to make logical sense, though often at a higher level you will perceive a higher divine logic in the guidance. It just needs to feel as though it makes your heart expand, and that will be a sign for you that it is your truth. There's a guided meditation, and it's very very positive, healthy guided meditation of just exactly what we're talking about for any of those that are there that feel that sense that about themselves, but maybe not able to fully connect as they would like to. We'll read that within the next couple of minutes here, and before I read it, I wanna read this little incantation, this little rhyme, whatever you want to call it. It says, I call on the temple of Lapis Lazuli. I call upon the beings of love unconditionally. I call forth the awakening of my own inner eye. I call forth my wisdoms from peoples of the sky. I call on the protection, peace, and wisdom within me. I now declare that I am here and free. For those here that connect, I might be a face, but I feel just a part of it. I just feel a part of everything. There had to be some point where everything could connect together. And so there's a lot of people, and they've learned how to resonate a positivity, but they don't know how to handle the dark side of themselves. They don't know how to handle that energy. There's other people that are completely dark, and they want to be some light, they want to be goodness, but they can't reach it. It's only little moments that happens for them in their life. So they need a balance. They can handle some of that, but they need a balance as well. On both sides of the coin, people, they need a balance. And in the flow of energy of the world, what I saw happening, there were temples of individual, actual temples that are still going on in our world, new ones being built that are active, have active working, and they help balance energies of this entire world. Okay? Now, it's different if I'm taking an object, if I'm taking, and this isn't just an object, but when I work with spirits, spirits connect with me. They connect with my heart first. That's where they're going to be, is my heart. But if I need to travel with them for a bit, they understand that's taxing to be within me, to be within my body. So they hang out with D here. They hang out with my staff. This is some real, I'm serious, you can feel energy pulsing off. Uh, some really cool stuff. Piezoelectric quartz crystals, rose quartz as well. Other elements, and there's runes and all types of things carved within here. I've been working with this for a while. Anyways, what I'm getting at is it's one thing if I'm only using an object. It's not just an object. There's a consciousness in here. I don't even. Anyways, I could use a thing to work with spirits, but if I don't let them in, if I don't embrace them as family, then I'm a doctor keeping them at a distance. And how the fuck can I heal them? How the fuck can I find out what's wrong with them unless I let them all the way in and their hiccup becomes my hiccup? So that impediment in life, I got to figure out how to fix it. I got to figure out how to make it right. And when I figure it out, I apply the solution. That's when the spirit gets better. That's when the spirit can ascend on, do what they do wherever they need to go. There's a lot of individuals that help balance this kind of work, and I'm not saying anything negative about anybody, but for my personal portion, for what I looked at around, I said, I'm going to step up. That's what I see to do. I'm just going to do it. I didn't even see it as stepping up. I'm like, that's the next thing to do on my journey. Then let me go ahead and move forward and do it. That's what I see the path is. Then I'm going to follow that path. And that was why I really connect with the ancient Egyptians. That's why I might connect to Australian or any other place in the world or a tribal. I've been into a Hindu temple and they literally saw me as Shiva. He saw me as someone else. Um, and I'm trying to look Egyptian, so I just let it all flow and realize, like the Rudrakshas and everything, just go ahead and bring it all in. Let's make it all one, because truly, whether I'm trying to look Egyptian or anything else, I've I've reached some type of semblance in connecting with our roots and people identifying me with their own culture that I wasn't exactly aiming at, which is in my mind, whoa, what a breakthrough, what a reality, what a sight and an experience beyond what the books record. The books are like breadcrumbs. They're little pieces of information. Forget the word fact. It's a piece of information. Everything about me, everything you see around me, every color, every aspect is a piece of information that contains one whole story, one aspect. You call it a book or whatever you want, but you could wrap it up into one image, one little message. And learning how to communicate in this sort of a way is something I discovered, rediscovered. Like they've been doing this before. We all been looking for this. Why should anybody own it? Everybody should be able to access it. That's what we all been looking after. All right, we talked about a guided meditation for those who feel who connected with the words earlier about ancient souls experiencing consciousness and community from of a more spiritually advanced aspect of life. This this is a guided meditation. Is essentially all you got to do is close your eyes. If you're not in a place where you're safe and by yourself, I don't recommend closing your eyes. And if you don't want to close your eyes, that's okay. No worries. Uh, um, there is a couple of spots where it says say aloud, and so I'm just going to use the word I that's in the book. And when I read, if you're meditating, if you're jamming into this, then that I is spoken in your for your behalf. You. I'm speaking. The words are coming out of me, but they're yours independently, uniquely. Okay. Predication is big. I learned that a long time ago. Learn how to predicate things. Set it up and knock them down. All right. So just close your eyes and imagine traveling within yourself on your breath until you enter a peaceful, open, vast space beyond your eyes. You see a vibrant, dark indigo blue sky, rich like velvet, dotted with golden lights, like glorious stars. The sky and its stars feel ancient, endless, and seem to exist beyond time and space. You feel at home, longing and heart opening fill your being, a deep remembering that you cannot quite explain, and a sense of love from a great beings that animate the stars. The rich blue and gold energies of the sky and stars begin to swirl into patterns, weaving and twisting and turning with joyful dance. You feel yourself drawn by your heart towards it, and it weaves around you, forming a temple of pure energy. You sense the temple opening all around you, underneath you. A healing seat has appeared, and the floor, walls, and ceiling, and all the furnishings within are gleaming vibrant blue lapis lazuli with flecks of gold pyrite. The light of the stars glows brightly, filling every air particle with brightness and peace. Within this place, you feel an incredible sense of calm, mental clarity, and peace. I receive any transmission and healing and unconditional love now for my greatest good, so be it. Imagine you can rest back into your healing seat and gaze to the sky above you that opens as if you were in a cosmic observatory. You notice certain golden orbs of planets and stars that feel familiar to you deep in your being. Allow yourself to receive love and light from these planets, these places that you have been before, that your soul vibration recognizes. You may feel joy, sadness, homesickness, or peace, and delightful recognition as you feel connection with these energies more consciously. Don't seek to understand, just allow. I now choose to receive through unconditional love the memories, gifts, talents, awareness, and recollection of my stellar wisdom that will assist me now on my path through my own free will and the grace of divine love. So be it. Be aware of the light codes, transmissions of sound, and blessings of love that are transmitted to you now, either through the crown of your head or directly behind your eyes into the vast space in which the Temple of Lapis Lazuli sits. Now that you are consciously aware of the material or not, it is being offered to you now in unconditional love. When the transmissions have completed for now, allow the energy to travel right down into the earth below you. As the energy connects with the earth, you feel yourself drawn back towards your body, safely wrapped in the light you have received. You are anchored back to the earth in this love and light, this awareness deep into your belly and through the soles of your feet. You feel the love that you have for the earth, the desire that you have to shine your light to help her and be helped by her, the deep love that exists between you. Allow your belly and feet to feel nourished by your earth connection. Enjoy the feeling of having a place to land. an earth garden to nourish with your soul light and love so that beauty may grow. Enjoy your sense of belonging on this planet at this time of great spiritual emergence. You are so loved, you belong here and are needed. I call on the temple of Lapis Lazuli. I call upon the beings of love unconditionally. I call forth the awakening of my own inner eye. I call forth my wisdoms from peoples of the sky. I call on the protection, peace, and wisdom within me. I now declare that I am here and free. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsimitoki shabu banani sham thruinai, arsimitoki shabu banani sham thruinai, arsimitoki shabu banani sham thruinai, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. Ooh, let me do that. And for anybody that wants it, I did this yesterday. And I'll put in that little poetic part into the chat log, so I think you can copy it or whatever, be able to use it if you'd like to. I call on the temple of Lapis Lazuli. I call upon the beings of love unconditionally. I call upon the beings of love unconditionally. Of love unconditionally. I call forth the awakening of my own inner eye. I call forth the awakening of my own inner eye. I call forth my wisdom from my peoples of the sky. Hold on. I call forth my wisdoms from peoples of the sky. I call on the protection, peace, and wisdom within me. I now declare that I am here and free. The guided meditations, okay, I guess I could technically start doing that. Very welcome, Elliot. Very welcome, D. Justema, uh, and Linda. And what's up, Aaron? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good today. Though this is from a particular Oracle deck that I utilize. It calls it's an Oracle deck. Um, but I work Oracle systems, and so like it's a different type of thing. But I love this particular one. You can actually find it on Amazon or whatever or whatnot. Um, I have had the idea to record every single guided meditation and like have them completely logged, and I guess I could and should do that on YouTube, cause yeah, okay. I guess that could be my next actual project. I haven't been making videos on the regular for like TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. I just been doing the live and catching up on a lot of much needed sleep. and um, and so maybe that could be my next project to actually do that, because I had that idea to do a long time ago. And people certainly can benefit from those, and to have a folder people could go back to, or whatever the case. It's not a bad idea. Oh, oh, George Wallace, that's awesome. Oh yeah, see, woo woo. um, Beetle, Beatles, Beatles, cod, Beatles and cod. Is there something intrinsically rewarding for what you're doing? Um, yes, yeah, definitely. Um, but it hasn't always been that way, and I've continued on this journey regardless whether the rewards were present or not. I shared it yesterday. I'll go ahead and share it again. I went in the very beginning of my travels. I grew up Christian and all of that for 28 years, born and raised in all of it. I could get into the minutia, but staying on point here. Um, on my shamanic path, one day I was walking from my job to my home to get lunch, and on my way home, I saw $2 on the ground. I reached down, I picked up these $2. It said that I was supposed to get $2. When I picked up the $2, I wasn't on nothing. Maybe cigarettes or something, but I wasn't on nothing. It's coming from a job, and when I made contact with the $2 bills on the ground, I received within my head that I was going to be owed $2 at the end of my day of job. Somebody's going to owe me $2, but they weren't going to give it to me. So I was, um, so that was that, and I was just like, whatever. And I put the $2 in my pocket and went about my day. And then at the end of the day, surprisingly enough, at the end of the day, something popped up which was agreed on previously, and somebody technically owed me $2 and didn't give it to me. And in that moment, without feeling anything, in that very moment, within my mind, it said, you will get paid here and you will work over here. Don't worry about where you're going to get paid. Don't worry about when that all is going to flow through and whatnot. Some people aren't going to be able to afford to pay you, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. It'll come through. And so I've continued my journey, and I've been doing this for since 2012, technically. And but really kind of like not having a roof over my head of a permanent basis. Um, Recently, I've been able to stay. I think it's been 6 months or so, maybe 5 or 6 months, 6 months now, and which has been really nice where I currently am. And but for quite some time, I've been moving from place to place to place with no permanent route, no regular money supply, no regular income, no a way to pay for the journey. If as one would go on a journey, you make sure you have enough resources. And I said, you know what? I hear God calling my heart somewhere, and I'm just gonna walk in that direction. Man has proved folly enough, from family to friends, and my one best friend was my mom, and she was my bestest friend because she never do me no wrong. Like, it didn't matter what happened. That's how you know you got like a best friend in life. They never gonna do you no wrong. Doesn't matter how much the chips are down. Like, not at the end of the day. You might have your tiffles and stuff, but this person, they're gonna have your back. When my mom died, like, damn, that's when life hit me and the world came at me, and I was just like, shit, nobody's fucking telling the truth. Nobody's being honest. They're all fucking lying to me, and I was only able to realize that after I left the place. I knew I wasn't wanted anymore. And, anyways, all the way down to today, it is intrinsically rewarding to be upon this path because of the experiences that I continually have with other individuals and being able to provide miraculous events. People's lives get better. They tried an idea I presented, and it wasn't just an idea for me. It's what I've done that works, and they wind up trying the idea. It worked for them, and they're like, "Yo, life is flipping around for the better, bro. Thanks." And I these messages they happen from when I was doing it on TikTok to Instagram to here on YouTube. So in that consistency, that particular reward is massive. And somehow, some way, whether I've got access or not, whether I'm rationing or being able to enjoy my fill, I'm able to adapt to my situation and not be in a complaintive spirit, which always adds an advantage. But yeah, anyways, it's the experiences with others have been very intrinsically rewarding, as many people have listened and known. My daughters have passed away a couple years ago. My mom passed away back in 2012, and so for me to still be a dad or a son or whatever family member in some capacity, I mean that is the true reward for me. That's why money is not at my pinnacle of trying to do all that kind of do anything. Um, it's because truly it is experiencing a fulfillment. Even though that person's not there, their spirit is around and other people are around. And hey, the theme of today was family. The family who we don't know we have. They look like a stranger. We don't know them. And when I say stranger, they just look like someone we don't know. They could very much be an angel in disguise, keeping an eye out for us, providing for us, helping us in some way. That individual who helped us out when we were down, they just came and man just popped out of nowhere and they did a good deed for us. You know, maybe you buying something as simple as getting some groceries for you and your kiddos at the store and you don't have enough money and that person behind you, they just throw down the money or whatever the case. Like, that wasn't a person, that was a freaking angel. They were coming to just take that little extra weight you had off your shoulders just to give you a little ray of sunlight through all them dark clouds you under right now. And that really gets us through those moments. That really helps us move forward. That morale, that motivation, and so sending that out energy. What goes around comes around. So that's what I'm sending out. That's eventually, I'm gonna cycle back, and as it does, it's every day seems to get better and better and better. I'll tell you what. Great question. Oh, thank you, Mitchell. Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, George. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate that, bro. That is super kind of you, bro. Oh, people, I said this yesterday, but I'll say it again. Like, what's up, disciple of God? Are you super kind? Super kind. So, like, so here's another aspect for like my logic is like I've been making more and more and more people moderators. And to me, it's like people, your family. So why not bring it all in, bring it in together, and then having some skeleton crew at the top? Let's just bring it all together and be at the same level. And just like George was kind enough to reach out and do, and thank you, Mitchell, and like and everything, like it's very kind of you, like seriously. I mentioned this earlier, um, and I'll say it again. Um, there was a wonderful kind donation a few days ago, and so I don't have to worry about hidden. I don't have to worry about being homeless for the next 3 months. That's like secured, and I can go buy groceries essentially for like the month. So, like on that level, I'm good right there. And even with that, I somebody was mentioning yesterday that they said you don't look too well, and I was like, well, I ain't been eating good. I just kind of ration off what I got and make it with what I got, and I haven't had much, and so that's okay. I'm not complaining about that or anything. But as things were going through my mind and everything, and the way it's formulating, family comes together, and by being completely like forthcoming with information, then people know, people are aware, and the family can like be family. It can it can increase from this, what we're doing here on YouTube with these jams. I call these jams. They're not just broadcaster. These are jam. We're all jamming together. Our energy is coming together, and this energy winds up leaving the internet dimension. Okay, call it whatever dimensional number you want to, but it's got its own. And we wind up taking this with our own flesh into the world, and we share life, we share love, and we share a whole new perspective than people have been knowing how to even use, like even to be aware of. And so much even spreads out from that energy because more and more and more individuals wind up harmonizing on that family. They wind up realizing that the family is there. And in my early spiritual journey, when miracles, legitimate miracles, started taking care of me, like when the donation came in that I just mentioned, it was like I had 3 days, 3 days before like my rent was due. And then like I was gonna be like, shoot, like I gotta start packing my stuff. And that came in, and I'm like, and that's happened a good number of times, but I can remember two specific times where that's what it's come down to me for. I'm literally just waiting. I know I'm not supposed to run in any direction because I ain't got the sign yet. I ain't got Nothing's happened in life for me to make a move. And so I'm waiting on that spiritual omen, that click of information, that synchronicity of thought or sound somewhere. And then as soon as it happens, boom, then I can know, okay, I'm good. This is what I'm gonna start doing, is start working. I can start acting right away. And that's why that storm, when it's going down for you, know that you got family. If you can hit a calm just for a moment, just change your breathing rate. Just change your breathing rate. It works. I'm telling you, it works. People used to try to say, oh, learn this meditation technique and learn this breathing pattern and learn this breathing pattern. Heck, I can't remember all that. But I remember the simple, real truth. By changing your breathing pattern, you will change the way you think because you have a different rate of pulse. That different rate of heartbeat, of pulse, is going to create a different, your breathing. It affects everything. It changes how you think. So then I was like, oh, well, then when I get angry, maybe I just hold my breath for a little bit, or maybe take a few long, deep breaths. Or if I'm breathing, if I'm already breathing slow or whatever the case, maybe I'll start breathing rapidly. And I just freaking changed up my breathing whenever I wanted to change how I was feeling. And it worked. It worked. I was like, holy cow, cool. I'm going to keep doing this. And then people couldn't control my emotions because I could swing my emotions into whatever direction I wanted to now by changing my breathing. That set me free. That really, like we talked about a moment ago, that really set me free from others having a control on me, a manipulative control on me. See, in most situations around the world, yeah, there's some physical shit going down, but in so many situations around the world, it is a mental manipulation that causes self-restriction, self-limitation, and to be able to get beyond that, you got to get away from feeling and being connected with that old energy. And anyways, ooh, gotcha. Okay. The hand mudras. So I'm gonna just kind of do it in the flow that I do it, but there's 9 chakras, 9 primary chakras in the body. Yeah, there's 42. Yeah, there's 283. Yeah, there's more, but those are minor ones. We're talking about the major ones. The two that they don't talk about, but is found in ancient Japanese and ancient Hindu systems, is there's a chakra at the back of your heart, and they're like behind your hat. It's more towards your back, but where your heart's located. And the other one that not in the back of your skull is called your jade gate. When you meditate, you can bypass time and space by going through your jade gate, that knot in the back of your skull. Now you could believe me or not, but that knot that I have has increased in size the more that I've done meditative work, the more that I've connected on the divine level through the mantras, through like the mudras. I'll show you in a moment. They're hand mudras or hand gestures that synchronize with those chakra systems, and that's why I believe people had an elongated skull naturally. There's some they don't have any of the cranium fractures or whatever, but those were more natural. But yeah, there is the stretching of the head, but I do believe that if one truly does increase their mind, that literally that skull can literally elongate through literal in the flesh living evolution from one son and child to the next, or mom, whatever the case, from one to the next. That's going to become prominent. It's going to be an evolutionary advantage because we're opening up portions of the mind, we're developing the mind, and thus over time things will adapt into that form. Reynolds Ezekiel Wasamputora Her Hirusha Hanzus Hiruka Egor Kutijeni was Maha Ratsugi Vasatos I Peter to Woody Shakins and Asaraman. Anyways, I do it faster when I'm reading it. And then we got this one here. This one comes up to the head, to here. And then this one comes down into like a cradle, like back down, boom. And then that completes the 9. This is something like representing the doors. This is combining the 4 elements. This is the lion or the tiger. And that's one. I forget which one that one means, but that's another one right there. And then I go with that. There's perhaps one of these days we'll spend a day going over the hand mudras and explaining them and showing how to do them. I went to a temple and I saw the priest and they were going over the ceremony and with the words of power, Sanskrit, so forth and so on. I go over that from time to time, more so on special occasions when I'm guided to. I used to do it every day. Anyways, might be getting back to that, might not. Anyways, though, I saw the priest doing a series of hand gestures, and I was like, "What?" Like during the ceremony, and I was like, "Dude, that's got to be empowering. That's the thing." And so I started looking, and I found what would be appropriate for me that I could integrate, that I could learn on a regular basis, because the way I did it from one to the next to the next to the next is like it's a flow, it's your familiarity. In the beginning, I'm all slow and, trying to put it together and get my fingers to the next place. But it's literally like a language. The more you use it, the more you can actually work it on a regular basis. Um, and so that's at least a set of 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, whatever mudras that I that I at least have instilled into myself. I used to have a few more, um, but these are the types of things I learned that I wanted to instill into my memory. I figured I could come on to different applications or programs. I could watch different movies, whatever I continually put within my mind. Usually, with all this information, it just kind of goes through a cycle of things. But I really wanted to instill something that was going to last and be like permanent. So I learned how to put things into long term memory. And long term memory essentially means you're going to do it for 40 days. And after 40 days, you're going to have a habit of doing it every single day of your life. Now it's part of your long term memory because you're actually doing it every single day. And that takes, again, I mentioned this before, dedication. And that's exactly where you'll excel because people lose their ability to stay focused on one thing. And so your focus and your dedication, no matter what somebody may take, no matter what you may lose, no matter what darkness or no matter what light, no matter how smooth things may be or not for you at any moment, know that your spirit is an unconditioned being. It has no shape that it always must be. We are, our soul is your indwelling intelligence that can adapt to any situation. And through that, you can survive. You can not only survive, you can thrive in those elements. I would remember, I would recommend cleaner questioning because the moderators are very caring. And when I first started doing this on TikTok, I got some negative comments, but some were good. I did it on Instagram, and holy crikey, the comments on the negative side freaking went out the wazoo. And then I came onto YouTube, and I wasn't moderating the comments at all. I didn't care whatever people were saying or whatever the case. That's fine. Do whatever you do. I'm chatting about whatever I'm chatting about. Y'all chatting about what you chatting about, right? And then somebody sent me an email and they were sharing other things, but they mentioned how one person was sending negative comments to them, and I was like, that's not cool. Like people don't need to be attacking each other. People don't need to be descending or hurting each other. That's not cool. And so then I started making people moderators, and like Sometimes I remove moderators. It's nothing personal, but you know, sometimes I do. I'm like, whoa, 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 that's not cool. And but then other people, man, they're happy to keep a good, happy space. Uh, and I thank you. I thank you all for doing that because I can't do that by myself. I can't. There's certain things I can't focus on or even really pay attention to because I know how my mind works and I know how to do what I know how to do. And so that's why I really I don't like telling people how to do what they do. I don't like trying to come in and do all of that because shoot, you put the correct person in the correct spot. That's what their nature is. They're real good at that. They're happy doing that. Oh, there you go. That's where we all have fun together. Is because like nobody's really telling anybody what to do, but it's like there you go. If you want to, go for it. And then people are like, woohoo! They have fun. Go for it. But truly, if you are wondering what we're talking about, is essentially the collective consciousness finding a coherence that is alive within each and every one of us, and that you don't need to follow anybody except your own heart. Your heart is going to help you discover who you are, it's going to help you learn lessons. We wind up following our heart and we do something and it makes somebody hate us. Why? Because we told the truth and now they hate us and they never want to talk to us. And now we're pissed off at our heart, we're pissed off at our spirit, and we're like, screw you, I'm never going to listen to you again. But what we didn't know was that other person was setting us up to fail. Their influence was not positive on our life, it was negative. So our heart said, you know what, here's the truth, and the other person showed their true colors. We just spoke a truth. We didn't declare war. We didn't set into action any violence. We didn't do any harm. We just fucking spoke a fucking opinion. Just an opinion, bro. Just an opinion. And they lost their shit. That exposed their heart for who they are. They were using you. They were using you, and when they couldn't use you and they couldn't manipulate you, especially when they couldn't manipulate you, that's when they lost their shit. Because now you're speaking truth, and everything they've been saying has been a manipulative avoidance of the truth, okay, if not a downright out lie of the truth, so that they could keep you under their thumb so they had an advantage. That is the mentality of the motherfuckers who created the system that killed my mother and turned my dad into some religionist and who disowned his son because he thought differently than what one goddamn book said, of which they still don't have the answers to 2,000 years later. What does this mean? Can you help us find Jesus? We don't know where he is. What the fuck? You've been looking for 2,000 years, you real dumb motherfucker. Because I found that the people around me, my friends, my family, strangers, they got keys of knowledge, of wisdom. They've done things and they've made advancements while no one was looking. They got hearts of gold. And I'm like, shh. That's where I found my family. In some strangers who I never knew. When I meet somebody new, I just let the experiences be what they are. I share who I am. If something's said or done that makes me feel bad, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it at that moment. That don't make me feel good. I don't like that. I ain't trying to change the other person, but I don't hang around that kind of stuff. I lost too much. I've been beat up too much. I ain't talking about physically. I'm talking about emotionally. I'm talking about mentally. And I ain't getting beat up like that no more. So when I see somebody displaying certain behaviors that I don't like, either they're gonna work with me and we're gonna keep being friends, or they're going to be stubborn, they're going to ignore my words, they're going to be prideful, and they're king, and whatever they say goes. And well, if that's their behavior and reaction, then I'm not gonna fight with it. I'm not even gonna argue with it. I'm not even gonna present another fucking word to it. I already know what it is. I'm gonna go do my own thing. I might make slower progress, but at least I'm not gonna have problems, which will actually allow me to make quicker progress. So I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that one. Dedicating your life to something all the way up and through the very end of your life, if for my own journey, whoever you are, you are who you are, and there are people who've experienced things that I went through in an age, and they were younger when they went through it. And same for those before me, and on and on and on. There are many young ones, and they are experiencing life before their time, as one generation may say to the next. Though I recognize their advancement, and I recognize that their ability is there, just like with those before us and how much they taught us. They helped us work out a lot of our problems and recognize where our shortcomings were. And the best individuals who helped me, the best encouraging things that moved me forward was not when somebody came in and said, "Oh, you're doing it wrong." It was when they came in, I knew I fucked up. I knew I did a bad job. I fucking knew it. I was expecting to be berated. But the owner of the company walks in and he says, "You actually been doing a pretty good job. Keep up the good work." Man, I was motivated. I was motivated out my wazoo to just get into tune and do better next time, and to focus on. It was a whole game. It was a game changer, changed my morale for the better, and that's a big reason why my reactions are what they are. Is because a positive reaction is going to trump negativity all day long. And just because it might have to tell the truth and don't sound all that great, man, just because we might not think it's positive in a moment, really it could be serving a greater purpose than what our little desires are or what our limited sight is in the moment. That truth is important. It's so important. And that's so true. Love Slaughter, 1968. There's so many wolves in coats of sheep. That's that is the reality. That is a massive reality. There is that we know this. We know this across the world. We know that wolves are the predominant individuals in our world. And at this point, everybody dresses the same. Good guy and bad guy got the same freaking clothing standard, right? And that's where I found my family. Tribal. Tribal. All day long, all night long. How do you go to sleep? I take off some things, but I leave most of it on. How long does it take you to get dressed? 10, 15 minutes if we're including a shower, we got like an hour, at least 40 minutes or something. But if we're not including a shower and making coffee and all that stuff, how long does it take me to get dressed? 10, 15 minutes. Boom, throw my stuff together, maybe like touch up my makeup a little bit, good to go. I'm not wrapping on bracelets every moment. These things are on, they're staying on. These that got on recently, I think might just stay there. Create a different band, but generally, I want something with me that's going to survive. Because things that don't survive, well, they're going to get crushed into dust. I can't worry about everything that ain't going to survive my presence. This is called planet Earth, not planet indestructible. But on that dress level, on that garb, on the attire every single day of my life, regardless of where I go, this is so my family can recognize me. This is so that good people can recognize me. This is so that bad people can recognize me. Guess what? Bad people, they've got interactions with spirits. They've done wrong. They've seen things and things have happened to them. So when you care to dress how you're connected tribally, they see some spiritual shit, they don't want to fuck with you. Because they know either A, the shit that's going to happen when it comes back to them is going to hurt, or B, if they really know the truth, they know that you're a healer. Stay away. They don't have anything to do with you. They don't have authority over you, not by the divines. And that's why respect and honor are so important, because everybody in this world is needed. The strong, the wise, the philosophical, the imaginary, the creative, the technical, the heal. We're all needed in our specific abilities. And so to come together in that, that's where we excel as family. Because no matter what we need, there's somebody in the family that knows how to do that, and they can help us. They can take care of it. This eliminates the need of paying money for things, okay? The bigger the family truly expands from the soul, from the connection to the physical world, the less we have to go pay for something, because we have somebody that's family and we're going to treat them like family. They're going to come over, we're going to help them with the job, we're going to be their little apprentice, whatever it is. We're going to feed them, we're going to take care, we're going to hang out. This is family. And when we're helping family, the whole family rises together. That's why we help each other. That's what changes the dynamics of everything everywhere. And that is truly the difference between loving your neighbor, loving a stranger, versus just loving somebody that's in your own grouping. Because all of humanity is the family. All of humanity. And in that regard, and in that form, and in that way, that's how we shift. That's how the Renaissance really has its change on this world. A lot of people are unfamiliar with kindness. And when I realized who I am, I was like, well, that's what they're going to get regardless. I'm not going to give them the argument. I'm not going to give them what they want. Ooh, I like that one. Vaping saying, shaman. uh, why did I see that? You didn't type that. Oh, interesting. Anyways, yeah, shaman, yeah, definitely, shaman. If anybody does want a tarot reading, oracle reading, or anything like that, just let me know. Um, yeah. It's a skill of that. Thanks. This is a good story. There was once upon a time a poor peasant called Crab who drove with 2 oxen a load of wood to the town and sold it to a doctor for 2 thalers. When the money was being counted out to him, it so happened that the doctor was sitting at the table, and when the peasant saw how daintily he ate and drank, his heart desired what he saw, and he would willingly have been a doctor too. So he remained standing a while, and at length inquired if he too could not be a doctor. "Oh, yes," said the doctor, "that is soon managed." "What must I do?" asked the peasant. "In the first place, buy thyself an ABC cookbook, or ABC book of the kind which has a cock on the frontispiece. In the second, turn thy cart and thy 2 oxen into money, and get thyself some clothes, and whatsoever else pertains to medicine. Thirdly, have a sign painted for thyself with the words, I am Doctor Know-all, and have that nailed up above thy house door." The peasant did everything that he had been told to. When he had doctored people a while, but not long, a rich and great lord had some money stolen. Then he was told about Doctor Know-all, who lived in such and such a village, and must know what had become of the money. So the lord had the horses put in his carriage, drove out to the village, and asked Crab if he were Doctor Know-all. Yes, he was, he said. Then he was to go with him and bring back the stolen money. Oh, yes, but Graith, my wife, must go too. The lord was willing, and let both of them have a seat in the carriage. Then they all drove away together. When they came to the nobleman's castle, the table was spread, and Crab was told to sit down and eat. Yes, but my wife Grieth too, said he, and he seated himself with her at the table. And when the first servant came with a dish of delicate fare, the peasant nudged his wife and said, Grieth, what was the first? Meaning that was the servant who brought the first dish. The servant, however, thought he intended by that to say that is the first thief, and as he actually was so, he was terrified, and said to his comrade outside, "The doctor knows all. We shall fare ill. He said I was the first. The second did not want to go in at all, but was forced." When he went in with his dish, the peasants nudged his wife and said, "Grave, that is the second." The servant was just as much alarmed, and he got out. The third did not fare better, for the peasant again said, "Breathe, that is the third." The fourth had to carry in a dish that was covered, and the lord told the doctor that he was to show his skill, and guess that what was beneath the cover. The doctor looked at the dish, had no idea what to say, and cried, "Ah, poor Crab!" When the lord heard that, he cried, "There, he knows it! He knows who has the money!" On this the servants looked terribly uneasy, and made a sign to the doctor that they wished him to step outside for a moment. When therefore he went out, all four of them confessed to him that they had stolen the money, and said that they would willingly restore it and give him a heavy sum into the bargain if he would not denounce them. For if he did they would be hanged. They led him to the spot where the money was concealed, and with this the doctor was satisfied, and returned to the hall, sat down to the table, and said, "My lord, now will I search in my book where the gold is hidden." The fifth servant, however, crept into the stove to hear if the doctor knew still more. The doctor, however, sat still and opened his ABC book, turned the pages backwards and forwards, and looked for the cock. As he could not find it immediately, he said, "I know you were there, so you had better show yourself." Then the fellow in the stove thought that the doctor meant him, and full of terror sprang out, crying, "That man knows everything." Then Doctor Know-all showed the count where the money was, but did not say who had stolen it, and received from both sides much money in reward, and became a renowned man. though, but Evie, seriously, please, 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 stop timing people out and stop blocking their comments. I don't care what they have to say. They can even slam me with a bad comment. Um, where that really goes is to people really kind of demeaning each other. That's not cool when people are attacking each other. But please stop timing people out. Please stop blocking their comments. I appreciate your diligence, but thank you. From Spain, what's up? Thank you, thank you. Cool. It all regard. I did encourage the behavior a little bit, so don't feel bad or nothing like that. I certainly gave some words totally encouraging it. So cool, cool, cool. It is good to have a good team around. I tell you what, I I really I kind of felt alone for a good portion of my journey, and little by little, it was like somebody else was there, kind of being the best friend, and then like that kind of like expanded from there, and it does feel different today, and I mean, the journey's still been the journey, and don't get me wrong, like, the ups and the downs come and they go. The tears will flow. The tears always flow, and I've got plenty of reasons for tears to flow. But but it's nice to feel like a community is in existence. I think that's really a special thing, and being able to find family in this world is something a lot of us have been that's what we've all been lacking. I mean, being around individuals and then recognizing that they were not who they said they were, or whatever the case. It's nice to know somebody can be who they are, but it's nice to be around people who choose to be something, and they choose to grow, because life is ever growing. We are trees of life ourselves, and in that growth, we're interacting. We're interacting in life, and it's nice to see that that exists in this world these days. I truly am not alone, and that's for each of us to say that, like, we're not alone anymore. And I know that the spirits have been there, but it was really hard for me to it was been a long journey to finally see the truth, and a lot of those spirits, a huge number of those spirits that we interact with, are other humans. It's their soul. They're alive somewhere in the world. I've said some things, and I said it just a certain way, and then I heard somebody else say it, but I didn't put it online, or I didn't, share it with the world or anything. And it wasn't just the same thing happening in two different places for some random reason. There was definitely reason, a connected reason, a quantum connection, a quantum leap. And we're in the world today where our science is starting to help us really realize the truths of the ancient past. Science has really actually made a lot of advancements to where people are like, wow, there's some stuff to all of this magic. And so becoming familiar with those subjects, becoming familiar with those elements. I'm talking about what I'm talking about, but I don't know. I just keep looking, my mind, my eyes, it keeps going to Lightning McQueen. Not Lightning McQueen and Mater, right? Gotta have these two guys, like, they gonna go everywhere together, right? And, I don't know. I keep my mind space focused on something. Something that makes me happy. A good memory. And I think that has been one of my strongest assets in my pocket in life. And is having that memory. And you have that memory somewhere. And if you don't, you can create a memory like that. And no matter how dark the time gets, no matter what the day is, that's like, I don't need a photo. I don't need to have a physical photo to look at. I can look at anything around me and connect to that experience. It's the world is not going to be much of a friendly place unless we make it that friendly place. Unless we transform our environment, because we are the environment. Like, I'm not saying to change anything or whatever in anybody's worlds, but just in my own mind, in my own existence, I'm like, why are cops needed? Like, I understand why they're needed, but like, tribally, the community, they know everybody that's there. So if somebody's going through a fucking problem, then let's go throw a party, and this dude's gonna be the center of the party. Like, we're gonna help them feel good again, and then they're not gonna be feeling like shit. And if they did something fucked up and they were just passing through the town, well, the whole community go and get together right in that moment. Yo, Bill, yo, Tom, yo, Jay, up, 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 up. Don't matter what time it is, 2 in the morning. Everybody's lights going on. Everybody's up. Get this motherfucker out of here. He up to no good. All right, a whole fucking town know if they see that motherfucker getting is a community. The community knew is going, but we just assign jobs to other people. I'm not saying that, it's a complete distance. There's a lot of individuals that do care about their little town. They are police officers. They are doing the good thing. I ain't saying none of them exist. There are those that really are. But that's not the norm. It'd be a lot better if that was the norm. I see a cop. I ain't worried about getting a ticket. I know that he there. If a problem happens, he gonna help out. He gonna take care of it. Whatever. He ain't there to penalize somebody. He ain't there to collect a fucking check for somebody. Goddamn, government needs to run. You fucking pay for it other than trying to fucking give people a ticket. Goddamn, sell them something. Here's a $5.99 stuffed product and give me $80. But you know what I'm saying? There's another way to make money, guys. Look, I'm not one to tell people how to live lives or change politics by any means. I'm not that guy. I just, my heart feels certain ways about things, and I just tend to share that just as it is. And do with it how you want. But I just, I say I have a lot of ideas, and just because I have them ideas don't mean I want to do all my ideas. There's just, and I think that's been a part of my, it's been another part that helps me stay steady and not needing to, do any kind of wrong or harm or feel like I'm done wrong or dirty. Like, communication and being able to talk freely has been one of the biggest indicators of where I don't belong. Where I can't talk, then I stop being there. Like literal direct application here. I was going live on TikTok and I was getting out the other phone even though the quality was crappy and I was staying live on TikTok. But then I don't know what the heck I'd be saying. I'm saying whatever I'm saying here. And TikTok would be like, you got some violation for some crap and your broadcast is restricted or something or the fuck another. And I'm like, what? I don't know what you didn't even tell me what I did wrong. Like, what the hell did I even say? I got in trouble for sharing my fucking thoughts? What the fuck has this world come to? Why do people treat each other bad just because they had another idea? Now, acting on that idea, well, that's a whole nother, depending on what the idea is, that's a whole nother idea. And this is where I believe people wind up putting up their own walls within their own mind, limiting themselves, is because the outworld structures it so that we can't even think certain thoughts. If you put a scientist or an investigator in a room and they said you can't think certain thoughts, get me the fuck out. Why do you want me here? You just give me the goddamn paper. I'll sign off on it because you obviously don't want me to look at anything. Anything. Telling me to limit what I fucking think or say. Get the. And that's how I've been able to find my family. Because my family, they're going to understand that the stuff I talk about, yeah, some of it has massive meaning. Yeah, I live a lot of it. Yeah, that's who I am. I'm helping you understand who you're working with, who you're dealing with, who you're like, hanging out with. You know who I am, where my mind goes. You know what I'm going to act on. You know I'm all love. You know if a problem if a fight breaks out, you already know I'm going to fucking run. I got fast legs. I'm going to run. Like, either somebody needs to hear about what's happening or I don't need to be around that danger. I got fast legs. Like, I'll be like the Flash. I'll go save people or something, get them out. But uh, I'm not the fighter. That's all I'm saying. And if it comes down to fighting, uh, it better be the end of the world, okay? Because I don't. That's. I'm not fighting until it's the end. When it's the end of the world and everything, like it's all burning down. Okay, I'll start fighting. But I'm not going there. Deny, deny, deny. uh, there's always a better option that can be figured out. That's what I've seen in my life. That's how I remain optimistic, and my mind is can always conducive and taking in new elements. There, man, it's so funny. Like I look around and like I got this angel piece over here. I got two angel pieces, and they haven't had heads for years, man. I lost their heads. I left them behind from one place to the next. They fell down, their head broke. But I still love the angels. Like, I feel like they're still kicking and everything. I see beautiful things in all the broken pieces. I see elements to create something new. And that is truly the death and rebirth that is talked about on a spiritual level. The resurrection, the death and the resurrection truly is emblazoning the reality that we go through over and over and over in this lifetime. Because that death and rebirth is experiencing a new parameter of awareness. there's been spiritual updates that I got and went through ceremonies and so forth and so on. And like I watched a movie before, but now I watch the movie that I watched like 1,000 times before, and I got so many lessons out of it before, but now I'm seeing it completely different. Completely different. I'm seeing elements, holy crikey. All the times I watched it, I never knew them words. But now I know them words, and they said them words 3 times in that movie. Holy crikey, that's it. I start seeing different things, and then as the consciousness opens up, that increases, and there's more and more and more layers to realize how much our world is composed of magic. And I don't necessarily just mean in a bad way, but how the whole world and everything of it is nature, is magic. It is not something that is unknowable. It is something that we embody every single day of our lives. And that's why, if you do want to choose a course studying how to be a shaman or going on a spiritual course or something like that, I urge everyone, the first place to start, as I did with myself, as the True Path mentions, is to start with one's heart. You start with your own heart. You got to have a good, innocent heart, an innocent heart, a pure heart. If you got an innocent and pure heart and you're only trying to do good, if you make a mistake, it's not on you. It was just a mistake. It was not you didn't mean to do no bad. Karma needed to affect something. She needed to mess something up for someone. So your oops, making somebody angry, was karma's yes balance. You didn't see it like that. You felt bad for what you did and thought you messed up. But a pure, innocent heart, it don't matter what happens, you're good to go on the spiritual side. So truly, the development of love for oneself, going through the gosh, hardest lesson, learn how to take care of myself. Darn it, learn how to take care of myself. If I ain't doing good emotionally, if I ain't had enough food or used the bathroom, or if I'm not feeling good, then I am not in any place to help anybody, let alone myself. And all them times in the past when I did go help people, yeah, sure, on the physical level, I got the job done. But connecting with the heart, I miss that. Connecting with the other person, I miss that. Catching the omens and those little coincidences, signs from up on high, I miss those. And I failed. I really failed. I mean, I succeeded on one end, but I failed on a completely other end. And that was very hard to learn how to do that. And I had to go through those rough relationship. I had to go through that rough past. It was interesting, man. My mom, she'd been used and abused, and I saw it all firsthand. And I helped her get better through all that. And then after she passed on, yeah, I guess the spirit was like, "Let me help you understand." Maybe it was my mom very much. Let me help you understand me a little bit better. And I got in a relationship, and boy, I tell you what my mom went through, I had my own version of it. I had my own version of it, and I understood my mom that much better. Well, after she'd been gone, because I actually survived a little bit of what she went through too on my own side, but for what she went through, shoot, the emotions were just as catastrophically the same. So it wasn't that I didn't learn my lesson the first time or forgot what I had learned the first time. I didn't pick up all the details. So I had to experience that kind of relationship. I had to experience those low moments and all those things I didn't like. The things we wind up asking for and truly wanting to connect with, we do not know the full totality of what it entails to get what we want. We see the physical option and we think 1, 2, 3, that's the way it works. But the spirit's like, yeah, in the quantum realm, One, two, three don't exactly line up in them orders, or space, or time. And it's a space where miracles are crafted and created for us to be able to enjoy in the physical. Um, oh, my doll back here? Uh, there. Right there? No, she's not a voodoo doll. She's a doll. She protects me. I was walking home one day, and my daughter's passed away. Um, and uh, and so somebody got kicked out of their place or another, and there's this doll, and she was outside the dumpster. Somebody got kicked out of their place or whatever, and I saw the doll, and I was just like, you know, I just gotta. I'm not gonna walk past a porcelain doll and just freaking leave it there. I know what I'm looking at, man. And I picked up the doll, and there's this dog that ran up and would have bit me, but because it saw the eyes of the doll, it literally backed off of me. Literally. I wasn't looking at the dog. The dog would have. I was a couple houses from where I was, and I was just carrying the dog by her arm, and so like her eyes were looking back. And whether you know it or not, you can try this. Go ahead. Look, dogs are cowards unless they are specifically trained to do what they do. Dogs are cowards, and I'll explain to you why. A dog, just if you're walking on the street or somewhere out wherever and a dog comes rushing up on you, if you look at them in the eyes, they will not come up to 5 feet to you. They'll keep a distance from you. They won't come up to you. They'll stay back. They'll keep barking. But if they can get to you without you seeing them, they will bite completely. Or if it's already too close, of course, they're going to bite. That's the reaction. And so this dog was fully equipped and set to bite me. He did not bark at me. This dog got within 5 feet of me and saw the doll's eyes and started barking. And I turned around and I was like, holy shit. My right leg would have been torn apart. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So she saved my ass. She literally saved my ass. So fuck what people think as far as dolls or anything. Like, she's coming with me. But good one. I like that. I like that. What's up, Herma? Herma B? Yeah. Yeah, Love Slaughter for real. Who am I? I am Dracula. I'm whatever you want me to be. Whatever you see. My biggest lesson to share with people, for anybody here watching, listening, sticking around, my biggest lesson to share for those who haven't been here is don't judge a book by the cover. My second thing to say is that I am a shaman. I do communicate with spirits, and I find often that just as much as spirits that don't have bodies, you're a human. You have a soul. You have a spirit, and I can hear that within others. Um, when I'm in the room with someone else, I can hear that spirit speaking much more than what they're telling me, but I hear what they're verbally telling me as well. I put it all together. And my dress, my clothing is tribal. Everything that I've experienced and connected with, magic is no more than nature. I say this often. Magic, mathematical application generating incarnate mathematical mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You are magic. You generate magic through everything you do. And as much as I can help you see what you do on a regular daily basis, I'm here to be who I am and not sell out to anything that's not me. And today we've been talking about family. Family, not necessarily the physical blood family we have around us, or perhaps the people that are currently around us, but the family of angels, the family of spirits, the family of healers, of protectors and defenders, of those sorts of individuals. Uh, I've seen much in the world, and I know, and I've seen is people are here watching, and there is a bigger family in this world, and I always wanted to, well, they say wear your heart on your sleeve. I actually had a jacket for a while, and I sewed a heart onto the sleeve. So, how else are people going to get to know you? Otherwise, they're seeing the show, which they don't know. It's always on the go. But when they can see your heart, when they can see who you are, and when you can see who another is, that changes things. That changes the reality, the whole belief structure. Belief, we were talking about that the other day. Belief changes things. Belief changes how we bring all of these things together. And I never stop believing. This card literally dropped out earlier, so I won't just show the picture. I'll read the explanation. Um, Thank you, Lucio Trend. You got that. Yu-Gi-Oh is totally Egyptian based. I mean, like, their story's all about a pharaoh coming back, battling with some monsters and cards. Oh, here, I gotta show you this. I'm not gonna change the lighting or anything, but look, you said you were like, yo, I got that Yu-Gi-Oh card, so then you've gotta have, we got that Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. Dragon of Ra and a Blue Eyes Dragon. Yeah, I got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So this is what I learned at a Hindu temple. Give me a moment. Okay, so I went to this temple, and what I noticed was in certain areas, like obviously, like something else was going to go in its place, or they were in the midst of construction, but they had a relief on the wall. Like much of it was stone, and like I said, it was in construction, but there were some aspects where they only had like a relief or a picture or a tapestry or something on the wall, and then they attached things to the tapestry itself. I have certain elements which I stitched on to the tapestries at different junctures, so that's literally embodying it. I have my staff over in a certain place that connects this technical. This is essentially, you got Ra back here, right there, and then right there, let's see if I do up and down, is a technical trident it's a spear, but it has a deer horn antler attached to it, so it would be like my quadrant. But that's attached essentially where Ra is holding his staff. So essentially, like, he has that element to work with. So I saw like they were doing what they were doing in the midst of construction, but some things you need present right now. So just get it hung up, attach some things to it, and it's the embodiment as best as you could bring it present. And that's when I started seeing cards, no matter Yu-Gi-Oh, freaking Pokemon, I don't care what it is. They have they have energy, and somebody didn't just come up with them. They were aware of their presence. I've never done DMT, but I've heard the account of stories, and I've had my own spiritual expeditions. Okay, I'm not talking about put on by somebody else. So things like when I heard the accounts from people sharing their experiences on DMT, I was like, yeah, I work with them on a regular basis. All those people they're going and talking to, I work with them on a daily basis, and they got their own world. I'll be there one day, but I am where I am, and I'll wait till I get there. I'll stay in communication. We keep working our magic from two sides. And these are literally elements we can bring into our life if we see it that way or if we work it that way. But without belief, nothing changes. No belief, no emotion, no emotion, no energy, no energy. Don't matter what you think, and it ain't actually creating anything. That's why when people say just say the remedy, positive repetition of saying something, it's not actually going to create change. It's it's great for the positive reinforcement, but we gotta access the emotion. We gotta access that energy. We gotta resonate the generative force before we can actually start something. And that's where saying something positive is going to match generating something, and then you put those together, and now you can actually move forward with some actual results. But anyways, proper burial for freedom. In order for life to flow and express itself, that which belongs to the world of death must be released. There's nothing to be gained and everything to be lost by trying to hold on to that which no longer serves us, which is better left to die, though it takes great spiritual courage and trust to allow this to happen. All-Sod, Lord of the Dead, who guides you now to release that which no longer needs to be a part of your life so that you may be free. There is so much beauty and fullness waiting for you right now, beloved initiate. There's no need to further hold on to the past, Do not be scared. You're supported so utterly and completely in this deep healing release now, and all involved will benefit from the healing change. It is not abandoning what you have loved to give it full and proper burial. It is, in fact, honoring and allowing what you are releasing to return to the pure love and light of the Source. It is spiritual freedom for you and what you have released, which is the destiny to which all of life will eventually return. It takes great trust, but if you allow all salt to help you, you will realize that in letting go, rebirth and growth is really possible. You may experience grief, anger, fear, freedom, and a sense of relief, or a combination of these feelings as you move to let go and allow proper burial to take place. Do not be afraid of any of these feelings, for they will pass naturally when allowed to just flow. These feelings will actually fertilize new life and allow you to become more of who you are in truth. Trust that Osada will love and protect that which is released into his care through the world of death. Death too becomes new life. There is nothing to fear and everything to gain. All-sought Master of love and peace, bring my soul the light of relief. Through unconditional love and a heart that is true, I release that which should be returned to you. I surrender all not of unconditional love. To your peaceful heart, pure as the dove, I am free from that which no longer lives. New life and healing you now give. To that which is due burial proper and right, we are all free now to grow with the light. I am free to move on now, thanks to you, with unconditional love and compassion too. And I'll record that back so that if you want to copy it or be able to save that, you can. Master of love and peace, bring my soul light of relief. Through unconditional love and a heart that is true, I release that which should be returned to you. I surrender all not of unconditional love. To your peaceful heart, pure as the dove, I am free from that which no longer lives. New life and healing you now give. To that which is due burial proper and right, we are all free now to grow with the light. I am free to move on now, thanks to you, with unconditional love and compassion too. and compassion too. That particularly was from a oracle card of the All Set Oracle system, and I really enjoy this oracle. So I'm not trying to sell you it or anything like that, but I enjoy it because the words I read, it does. It sounds very poetical. It sounds like my own words, like my own things that I think about. Oh. The bell. So literally, bells. They uh, negative energies don't like bells. Okay. For instance, I found out that specifically a silver bell, a bell that is made of pure silver, and I've had one, it causes the mind to advance in its thinking. It causes it to advance thoughts. A lot of times people stuff thoughts down, they don't want to think about those things. So bells can be very unwanted by people who are not stable in themselves. They've not done that shadow work. Bells are any temple would have a bell in it. They'd have a bell tower. Bells are powerful. The frequency, the resonance, the change in element. See, I've learned that to change my environment, I must change myself. But how do I change to grow, to learn things that have value, and then appreciate that value in my day to day life, not because I have to do it, but because I enjoy to do it, because I found something I care to be passionate about, and that is something that takes a journey of life to move past self pleasures, just things that are simply self satisfying in the moment, and looking for something longer lasting, something connected in roots with other individuals and people who have these kind of qualities or wear these kind of things in their own aspect of life and doing. They see me and they recognize me. They don't even have to say a word. They already know. Family. Mm. All right, so like a lot of people ask me about my face and my forehead. Okay, so look, on the Indian side, I connected with, but just check this out. A fact little known to Egyptologists is that in her furrow, the Divine Mother's furrow, the wrinkle in her face, lays concealed the scepter of flint which she confers upon the initiate after he has been found to be true of heart. to have lived truth, that it is to be used to kindle the fire of Ra, as a hint regarding the life force, the Kundalini, a rising power of living truth. There is the key of the supreme mantra, Ketanya, the mantra awakening, the secret that has eluded many for millennia. You can change your environment through your very appearance. You can wear a bell. You could take a bell anywhere. Generally, when I go somewhere, I got bells all on me. Bells going all over the place. Like, oh my goodness, like, got more than that. And, like, if I go into Walmart, go into a store, shop with someone that's rather large, I'm like, you won't lose me. And I had this one individual like, oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they were like, I was like, they kind of blew it off. But then we went to the store and like, yeah, they were like, yeah, bro, like I heard you. I knew where you were the entire time. If I had a kiddo running around, I put a dang bell on him. And find out where they go real quick. Wouldn't even have to get you back. Ding, 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 ding. Just gotta worry when it stops, because then you know they got into something. The spirit in the bottle. Share Beer 79. Nina, yeah, I'll do a reading for you. When you hear a loud negative undertone, what becomes based on your education in definition? Well, when I hear a loud negative undertone, what becomes is going to be something negative. That's why I get out of that environment. That's why I don't stick around those environments. That's why I don't join groups. That's why I tell people to follow your heart, don't follow me, stuff like that. Like, um, you can feel what's around, and people ask often, what religion am I? And I have a little motto I share in life: learn from all sources, belong to none of them. And so while you learn, you're going to find family. You're going to find family all over the place. The entire human species is our family. But there are some, and they are stuck in division, or they are consciously aimed at making what they've learned survive through the ages. And so they're solidified in what they're doing, which is a positive thing as well. But truly, those atmospheres, I've learned how to pay attention to that noise, and how to pay attention to those results. And some things I can affect for the better. Certainly prayer. And when I say prayer, I mean like ceremonial connection, and communication, receiving, sending, and receiving. Um, the divines are really going to provide the best answer for our lives. And usually, that in those kind of moments, in those kind of places, they told me, get out of Dodge, man. Stop sticking around that place. That's why we told you to dust off your feet when you're not wanted somewhere. Don't stick around where you're not wanted, because that's when problems happen. So just keep all moving. Your journey's meant to move you on. That's why you weren't wanted anymore, because you completed what you needed to. Romania, what's up? Hey there. We in the USA here. So Mark Fitzgerald. I hope I said Mama Boosie. I think I said that correctly there. Boosie? Boosie. Boosie. Mama Boosie. Uh, I have a multitude of decks. I have four different decks in front of me. There was two people that said they wanted readings. I saw. I'm just trying to find the first person. Nina. Okay. I'm gonna write it down. Give me a moment. So I got the order because there's at least two people. We'll do readings. Okay, Nina is one. Love Slaughter. Oh, it's not Love Slaughter, it's Love's Laughter. Love's Laughter. I read it as Love Slaughter. Well, I don't know if you intended that, but if you did, that's cool. And if you didn't, that's cool too. Love's Laughter. That's cool. I got you, Mama Boosie. I'm just. Oh, you did ask an hour ago too. Okay, I'll do yours first. I remember that, or I don't remember that, but I'm gonna do you first. Love's Laughter. We'll do yours first. Am I a ritualistic druid? Um, I would naturally say yes. Um, but if you try to like categorize me and be like, oh, you're not following exactly what they said to do, well, like, uh, living it in the flesh today looks a little bit different than how the stories went back, and I tend to add everything together with everything else that I've picked up around But I have looked yes, I am a druid. That is a definite, and I do love ceremonies and rituals. I like to just call them jams for simple, because I like to keep it as casual as I can. I mean, some people get a little stiff with everything, but there's a time and place for all that good stuff, for all the elements, and everybody finds their jam and their crew and all that and whatnot. Anyways, um, what's up, Weston? Cool, cool. All right, let's do the first reading here. But I am working with Rider White deck that is Egyptian based. I am working with an Egyptian Oracle system. I am working with an Egyptian Tarot system that is not Rider White based. And then I have another more so modern Oracle system that has Egyptian flavor on it. Divine Mother Essence. This one is for loves. Oh, very welcome. Oh, Share Bear, did you want a reading as well? I don't know if you had asked for one, but if you did, Share Bear, let me know. I'll do one for you. I'll write your name down. All right. All right, here we go. So, number one, loves. You've got divine family coming in to assist, like Matt, like completely. Like this is like brought on from the angels themselves. Um, though I would encourage you to wear blue and white in your clothing. Like if you do already, or it doesn't have to be a whole shirt or whatever, but just wear something on your clothing, something even accessory wise, whatever. Blue and white, definitely in your favor here. Though here's what I really want to give you here. Now, the guidance from the sage or the expert in the field, the intuition, your good judgment, your faith, these things are going to primarily spurn from your ability to stop thinking about all the details of everything. To understand that the true sage and the true prophet of the answers you want to receive are going to come from within yourself. And even at times, to be very legit, this winds up happening, and even in the moment, though your will, your spirit is so strong that it says, I need to hear something, but I don't know how to say it, and I don't know how to look for the information, but my physical self needs to hear it. So a connection winds up happening, and something voiced from either myself or anybody else in your life winds up being that perfect little bit of information that you were looking for, and it just clicks a couple of things together. That's your intuition working. That's following that spirit tongue within our lives. Optimism is very important in that journey. And in receiving this reading, know, okay, listen to this here. I've applied this to my life when I got this reading, and it was huge. You must stop on your forward movement to achieve your goal and meditate on the basis of your decision to undertake the present actions or project. The meditation that is required at this level is based on the ability to stop the thinking process, which latter is always based on the manipulation of symbols standing in for the actual reality. We must get them out of the way in order to see directly into reality. Implicit is the fact that you're in danger of undertaking an action that will create a problem somewhere while solving a specific problem or achieving a specific goal elsewhere. As most people are unable to stop their thought process, they are counseled to go seek a master about the subject. And this is all about being able to intuit knowledge. The master is comprehended into one who can intuit the knowledge and be able to let you turn that knowledge into wisdom and allow it to change your life. And you can be that individual. You can be able to learn how to listen to that information by stopping the thought process. And I've given some um, meditation exercises before. Let me know if you need any, or perhaps you remember one that I presented before. Okay. Give me one moment. I'm typing in. Okay, love. Those words right there, SE is for southeast, W is for west. Those are the particular sounds that are going to resonate most effectively for you to intuit information. And you can say those words within your mind. You can say those words on the outside. But especially with the word Hung, Hung, with Hung, what you can do is, I saw you type back yes, and I'm not sure which, I said a couple of different things. Though on being able to still or to stop the thinking process, 5 minute meditation, 5 minute timer on the phone, you're safe by yourself, nobody's coming through the door, whatever, anything like, nobody's going to disturb you. And when you start the timer, you close your eyes. As your eyes are closed, the object does not think about anything. Thoughts are going to come into your mind. You're going to say the word Hung, Hung. Now, the directions are there mentioned for the words of power, and that is most greatest effect. I've had effect with that. But just having those words in mind, even if you're not facing the correct direction, is mightily important. A lot of people, oh, well, I don't know that, or I'm not looking into that, or, you just never get around to finding out which direction is what, whatever the case. And so you never say the words. Saying the words is more important than facing the correct direction. Anyways, all the best if you can do it together. Anyways, but whenever a thought comes into your mind, just say Hung. And as long as that my thought keeps coming, then calmly repeat within your mind Hung, just within the mind. And so you're telling your own mind, you're helping your own psyche recognize and say, no, I am signaling that I'm not listening to anything else. So whatever's coming in, I don't care. I'm not acknowledging it. You're not getting through. And so that's going to help you be able to do that. And truly in that stillness, in that calm, that is going to be able to bring in a lot of solutions in which your ancestors can truly formulate the best things in your life. They're going to fix things for you. You don't have to do anything. Except show up. You got to show up. Not show up here or for me, but just for life. A lot of times we're not present somewhere. I'm looking for something. It's kind of funny. A lot of times we're not present with what's happening in front of us. And in that we wind up becoming distracted. And regardless of what's happening, by just being present, by the cards that I pulled for you, that I didn't pull them, they popped out. You've got some ancestors, you've got some spiritual allies that are going to ensure that you're able to intuit whatever solutions that you need to have come your way. But yeah. Okay. So next we have Nina. Are you here, Nina? Are you still here? Okay, if Nina is not here, I think it was like Nina F8 something. If you're still here, Nina, I'll do a reading for you. But if not, then we'll move forward to Mama Busi. You need one, but you don't want it. Okay. I got you, Sam. We'll do what I got you. I'm writing your name down. Boom. We got you next. Well, when you pop up, I'll let you know. You need one. You don't want one. I got you. I hear you. I got you. Indigenous American. I got you. What am I on right now? I don't know. The pen's really light. I just, just like some weed, pen, and coffee. And I got 9 hours of sleep last night. I like getting sleep. I like my sleep. Okay, cool. Okay, Mama Boosie, we're gonna do a reading for you next. And I'm on a chair. I'm sitting on a chair. I keep shuffling, and yeah, I'm going through the deck because there's two cards that flipped up against my wrist, and then like I saw what they were, and then I flipped them over, and and I was like, well, they didn't exactly jump out of my hands, and then I'm shuffling, and I'm like, it's like it was those two cards, dummy. I didn't call me a dummy, but Anyways, so hmm, okay. So I'm going to read to you what your situation is, and then I'm going to read to you what the solution to your situation is. Now, I'll type it in the log, I'll type it in the chat as well. There's this information here, which is actually given a lot of solutions. But then there's another portion that it really connects to, and I'm going to read that as well for you. Intrigues, hidden enemies, illegal activities, contagious diseases, loss of life, inspired through subtle forces. These are what events of others are going to lead to, and apply whatever fits for your situation of what you have seen happening around you. It gives the chant of Ong Shrang Shring Shrong, and I'll type that into the chat. It says improve your vitality through aerobics. I had to look away from the word. For aerobics, deep diaphragmatic breathing. You're too lax. Pay attention to what you are receptive to, who and what you follow. Now, there's more to that. I'm going to type that in there for you, that mantra. Now look, I'm typing this in here, but the A's are pronounced as Ahs. So Hang is Hong, Hong, like a AH, Ah. Not go through. I don't think it'll let me type that into the chat. The first word anyways. These are actual words of power, and they do change reality. They do provide protection. There it is. Loves, yes, I have, I'm not done with the reading yet. I have some information to provide here. Um, but on my main page, like if you click my picture or go to like my main YouTube page and it gives the description, like my information or whatever, biography, says what my channel's about, there's a GoFundMe connection link right there that you can access. And if you do want to, if you do prefer, like the other one, like you mentioned, or whatever, just in case, or if you'd like, that's my email. You can reach out to me at. Okay, now the information that I was mentioning is going to really be of a good assistance, at least just on the ways, behaviors for you to do that can really impact your situation, for like can also impact in a positive way. Like, no joke, those words of power, that's how I learned to alter my course. Like, these cards will pop up, it would say to say these words. Oh, and by the way, those sounds, you can face any direction. They don't have any specific direction to face, they apply in any direction. But those words of power that, like, this oracle system would guide me to say, and to, in my own, to go over it, it changed it. I couldn't fix a problem, and I do, like what I mentioned, what I gave you earlier. I do that myself, and somehow, some way, the next I go to sleep, the next day pop up, and things worked out in my favor. I don't know how, but they did, and I'm like, I'm going with what works. This world wants to sell you a product. I'm going with what works, and this is working for me. So, anyways, um, now these are going to be help you. These are going to help you either of yourself or of others, allies, or activities for you, like ways for you to embody yourself, to be full of vitality, hence strong-willed, to be zealous, to be lofty, noble, ardent, authoritative, humane, reserved, above using underhanded means in the struggle against opponents, things that will hurt you, traits in others that will hurt you, arrogance, extravagance, indecisive, overbearing, dictatorial, excessive, pride, devitalized, hence weak willed, tyrannical, boastful yet empty, egotistical. These will bring you down. Don't follow those ones. Now the will is the essence of our divinity. Our will is the essence of our divinity. In the same manner that we help children develop by allowing them freedom to act within a circle of limitations, the Supreme Being develops man's divinity by allowing him a certain amount of freedom within a ring past not. And as I said before, I'll say again, when I say man, I mean human. So I'm not restricted to not restricted on that level here. Now, the circle that man, that a person, that a human cannot pass corresponds to Set-Kars, is another phase of structural, divine structural lines that keep the world and its events in place. Now, outside of these, man has the freedom to choose what they will, but as we have seen, success depends on law and order, And as Tahuti that we've spoken about earlier, and Mahat correspond to the communication of the divine law to our mind. That divine law will be coming to your mind, and it is not imposition. We have the freedom to follow or ignore it. And this freedom of the will to follow or ignore divine law is the basis of our divinity. There is no divinity where there is compulsion. There is no divinity where there is compulsion. I have applied this to my life in any random moment, and where somebody is forcing me to do something, they're compulsing me to do something, that is not divine. That is something else, but that is not godlike quality. That is not what I'm seeking to be my family. My family understands, man, I will get to it the moment I can, but by no means do they need to twist my arm to do it. They let me know, okay, I'm gonna move and do what I can when I can. And really bring back to mind the ability to still the mind, to stop the thinking process in the exercise that we mentioned earlier, um, to be able to use a word or one of those words of power, one of those to be able to stop incoming thoughts and to be able to stop and still the mind and to allow that state of being to exist, because that is truly where this next portion kicks in. Now, Hiru, going right back to Egyptian, understanding the Egyptian pantheon, Hiru or Horus, he only defeated Set through wise counsel of Thoth or Tahuti, and through adhering to the law of Mahat. Now you are advised to seek counsel from someone in authoritative or a leadership position. And if you are the head person, make sure to consult the oracle what's going on. From another perspective, you might be counseled to remember that the power is not an attribute of the will, and whatever you are not in the habit of performing or just setting out to achieve must be impressed upon your life force through through trance, nourished through enjoyable visualizations. So essentially, that meditation, being able to read a book, watch a movie, have positive visualizations of your own life and synchronicity with that is just one aspect of how to really get into that trance state. Depending upon our rhythm of our heart, which is heavily dependent on the state of our breathing, is essentially going to put us in a different trance state of being. It's going to alter the receptivity of thoughts of what our brain is tuned into. And so by changing that trance state, we're able to really be able to adjust and see things from a different light, a different point of view. We're able to stop our mind, still our mind, stop the thoughts flowing in, and then we're able to essentially say, you know what, I'm going to adjust, and now I'm going to look at things differently. Ah, yeah, that wasn't working out so good. Let's do whatever we're going to do. You make those thoughts, and then your body essentially follows those actions. And by doing that, you can truly grab onto that next leg of your journey that you're upon. I'm just gonna mention it because we're gonna move on to Mama Busi, uh, and do a reading for you next. Unless you have any questions or comments, loves, let me know. Or not, it's cool. And I shot my email there. I saw your comment about GoFundMe, so feel free to shoot me an email, and I'll send that info over. Um, I've got it on one device and not another device, so just not to interrupt anything in the flow of things. Um, and then I gotta make the, and then that was your, oh, that was yours. Like, no, that was my reading. Okay. Oh, that's great. I love it. Oh, yeah, you are correct. Okay, because Nina wasn't here. Sorry. Thank you. Sam, we're on to Sam next. Did you have any questions or anything, Mama? It was at the end. I get to talking, and it's surprising that I remember to get to the end of what I'm saying because I honestly get lost like 6 times. I'm talking and it's coming out fluently and everything, and my brain is like, uh, and the words are just like, and I'm like, well, shit, if you fucking stop, you're gonna lose. I don't know how to find my way back. But I know I correctly mentioned that in the beginning. I remember asking if Nina was there, and she wasn't. And then I was like, I'm going to do your reading, Mama Boost, next. And okay, moving on to, are you still here, Sam? Sam said, I need a reading. I don't want a reading. Something like that. So just let me know in the chat log if you're here, Sam, and I'll be happy to do. Yes, you are. Oh, sweet. Stratton. Okay, Stratton, I'm writing you down here. Sam will get to you just a moment. I'm writing Stratton here. We would be Sam, and then another one, and then you. Just to let you know. Cool. You know, I'd like to explain to somebody before we jump into your reading, Sam. I'd like to explain something about a misconception of demons. You ever seen or known a person, especially a child, and they were ignored? People didn't talk to them. They really didn't know how to interact with people. Wind up being abandoned. You know, they don't know how to interact with society too well. They don't know how to get along too well. It ain't their fault. It ain't their fault. They ain't doing good and they need attention. They need help. They need assistance and they need love. They need understanding. Those ones, we gotta work with them. And one that looks at a spirit and calls it a demon, they just see something ugly and terrible. But I see a soul that is screaming in pain because it's been ignored. People like to classify something they don't understand and talk like they're an expert on it. But to me, that's family. Demon or angel or not, I don't care what you call it, just like humans. You label it with any gender, color, religion, or anything else. I don't care what clothes you put on it. It's called human, and that means it's family. I want to help them out. Just like a soul that lives within your chest. Demons do not exist the way people see them and perceive them to be. A shaman understands this. The shaman knows this. An oracle lives with this. Onto your reading, Sam. Changing that up. Just had to touch on that for a moment. People are going to present information and opinions, and when you can dissect that grouping of words into how they are using a positive thing to hurt people and divide things, it is within your power of your mind and your mouth to show that there is unity where they brought division. I ain't gonna fight their fight. But I will certainly heal anybody hurting in the process. Just about anybody. I won't help the people that keep hurting other people. That I learned my lesson on. Look, this is one of my smallest tarot book. No, wait. That's my smallest tarot book. To explain tarot cards. It's a whole book right here. That's it. This explains the oracle system. The thing is a little bit more complicated the deeper you decide to go. Now there's more information to read, but just off the top for you, Sam. Despite the correctness of one's logic and rationalizations, one is not motivated by truth, but by anger, revenge, rash impulses, zealousness, and so forth. Pay attention to the speed of reaction of yourself and those around you. I got some more info to read here. It's not just that. Though, understand that while this is not your go-to nature, that's a reaction we can all be driven to. That those around you who've taken advantage of you, they're going to start having those anger-like reactions. They're going to start being rash where they were not before. You're going to notice a change in behavior. This is not your doing. This is divine protection giving them what they were sending to you the whole time. And so just don't walk their way, your path. If you so should choose, is more into the shamanic path, is more into the spiritual path, is a deeper connection. And in this, things that you're naturally driven to, such as being sharp and witty, fond of travel, critical in a positive way, able to separate issues based on externals, diplomatic, communicative, these aspects are going to shine out of you. This is what you're going to learn how to cultivate, not on just oh, here I did it once today, feeling bad today, I can't do that. Heck, give me a bad day, good day. I can shine these things any day. That's what's going to be cultivated. Those people who are dealing with all those negative emotions, all those quick reactions, they're going to be stuck in their own lot of trouble. Leave them there. You got something else to move on to. They stuck in the past, you move it on to the future. But it's always your present. There's mental traits associated with this process. Know that this is a stage of your training. It's not where you're going to end up, but it's a process. So your mind is going to have these types of traits: segregative thinking, labeling, defining, the verbal clothing of what is known, what is felt, what is perceived, imitation. Okay, this one, pay attention to. However pragmatic and necessary for the manipulation of physical phenomena, the mastery of definitions, names, and descriptions of the fundamental elements of our education does not constitute knowledge of reality. Now, proceeding with awareness of this limitation will bring us good fortune. Proceeding without awareness of this limitation is misfortune. We'll speak glibly of the person coming into being in the third month of gestation, of the life arising out of the chance coming together of non-living particles. In the same breath that we give better odds to a random assortment of 800,000 words and definitions or index cards being tossed in the air and falling in alphabetical order, and with pride we call ourselves scientists. The reality is, on that spectrum, on that understanding, for me, is that words wind up causing division. I was just talking about this. Words cause division. Labeling causes division. And I have learned to see beyond just the word, because the word is trying to describe something. Like I said it earlier, and I'm looking back before, and the words are Lightning McQueen and Mater. Those are the words. But what are they making me think? I feel like my daughters are in the room. Feel like I'm sitting on the couch and just like, everything's cool, and like just, I feel that presence of energy. In that presence of energy, there's no words to clothe it. Not, I mean, like, that doesn't do it justice. Not, it does not do it justice. But you can comprehend on exactly how less important the word is, and being present, um, allowing allowing an embrace of the unknown without judging it, but being able to calculate it, being able to document, being able to record and see. Um, that is what's going to help you advance beyond the limitations that people have had around you. Okay, Sam, do you have any questions or comments? If not, we'll move on to the next. If so, type it in along. Otherwise, Indigenous American, if you're here, just put a message in the chat log and we'll do a reading for you next. If not, we'll move on to the next individual. Cool. Okay, you are here. Boom, cool, cool. We'll do a reading for you next. Just give me a moment to kind of shift the energy and tune in correctly. Um, no questions. Cool, Sam. Cool, cool. Okay, here's a reality. Can I? Can AI replace you? It can perform what your body does, but it cannot replace your heart. It cannot house the soul. It's not you. Even if AI does have a soul injected into it, that soul can't replace you. Your soul in of itself is energy, which is not destroyed and cannot be made anew. It exists forever through and through. It's unique in its own presence. And Rex, what sent me on this journey, that would have been my mom passing away. is my best friend. She she made my world what it was. There's someone always around to fight my battles. Make sure I was, and not that I started things or anything like that, but she kept people away from hurting me, emotionally hurting me. That's how she protected me. Cinnamon and honey for my coffee this time. I don't normally do, I just go black though. When my mom passed on, all I could do was think about my best friend. I could care less about somebody protecting me. I just lost my best friend. We watched each other's backs. When you lose that best friend, everything else seems to crash around you too. And as my material world fell apart, that's when I connected in the spirit. That's when I started learning something I never thought about before. And look at me now. And I just gotta say, because I know there's a lot of people here, but like earlier, it was like the first that I didn't mean to do it like that or anything, but it just kind of had that effect, I guess. But earlier, like it was like only moderator chatting activity, and now it's like, and now everybody's like just kind of sitting back and letting other people enjoy the chat. Which is really kind of cool to kind of like have that like switch, but it wasn't exactly what I was like thinking. But I love it. I love life. I love life. I love it. It's thank you all for doing what you do, and y'all know y'all like y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Okay, we got a reading for Indigenous American. Let's pop those up. Hey, I like drinking tea too, Wizard of the Wild, but I couldn't. But I love what you just. I'm gonna say it because that's like it's funny to me. It's a joke. It's more like a joke. It's funny to me. It says coffee drinkers accomplish things while tea drinkers are sitting around thinking they're pretty. I like that. Wow. I see. Oh. But I think life is an amazing treat all the way around. Okay. This one, to embrace the joy of inner peace and tranquility, unassailable by externals, is happiness. I'm going to read that again. To embrace the joy of inner peace and tranquility, the unassailable, it's unassailable by externals. This is happiness. Nothing on the outside, nothing passing by on the outside can distract from that inner peace and tranquility. If you've been feeling this, if you've been able to do this on some consistent basis, it's because you earned it. You worked for this. In your spiritual life, in your devotion, this is truly the kind of reward that one is working towards. Now, when you can channel this energy, when you're feeling sociable, affectionate, pleasure loving, quiet, harmonious, joyful, sweet, engaging, flexible, sympathetic, graceful, merry, cheerful. Now, the arousal of one's life force, of your chi, of your ra, of your kundalini through joy and pleasure, especially when ecstatic, provides the motive force for the accomplishment of minor goals and vitalization of the will. Unfortunately, most people are ignorant. They do not know of this fact and suppress their joyfulness, waiting for success or overindulge their passions, and never know why they have so much difficulty carrying out their will or concentrating. Now, a great deal of problem also arises from the ignorance, the not knowing of the function of the imagination. People allow themselves to indulge in the visualization of emotionally charged imagery, be it positive or negative emotions and sensations, without realizing that they are thus giving power of realization to unwanted or untenable situations. So I just like to bring to mind that this, what you are experiencing in life at this particular juncture, the things that you wind up experiencing emotionally, your visualizations are sending that energy into matter. You're in a state of creation. It just happens. That's what you're functioning as. So be very aware of your visualizations, or not, if you might not know what's up at the moment. Perhaps just a blank slate. I don't want to create anything right now. Horrible mind space. That this is one of the important things about really finding out what we want to create, what we want to bring into the world, because I have something very, very, very important here to share before there's another portion to read from the book here. Yes, but I gotta read. I gotta mention this. So This lady comes in. Kids are with her. No names, just the story. The story's okay without names. So there's this lady. She comes in working, and um, she's getting a tarot reading, and she had explained during the tarot reading, she had explained that she would get angry at some injustice done. She would say in a moment, in a fit of rage, what she wanted to happen to whoever it was. It didn't matter who. And then it would happen. And the daughters, they go, yep, yep, uh-huh. I mean, they were the one encouraging her to tell me. And they were like, yep, yep, yep. Like, they seen this happen over and over and over. And so I told her, I said, look, you are creating. Like she kind of didn't know what to say. You're in a state of creation. And so when you get charged with emotion, instead of thinking something negative or bad out of vengeance or spite, what do you want the most? What's most important to you? She had to readjust for me. What's most your She's like, my daughters. Oh, I didn't have to ask her twice. She's like, my daughters are most important to me. Right. Having a roof over their head, food in their bellies, they're safe, all that. Yeah. Okay. Well, the next time you get charged with energy because somebody did you wrong, then imagine and speak forth a blessing, creating what you want. If you notice that there's something happening between your mouth and your mind and manifestation in our world, be it negative or positive, you can change what you're cooking. You're still cooking. And so very fundamental, very, very, very applicable here. And then the last portion was pretty much everything I mentioned on except the last sentence. It says, in the same vein, you are being warned against wasting your life force through overindulgence in order to avoid weakening your constitution and the ability to achieve your will. So, like overindulgence, right? So, like, I think it was the day before yesterday and yesterday, but I made a pot of coffee for the morning, and in the afternoon I wound up making a pot of tea. So, well, let me have some balance. I prefer to drink coffee all day long, from morning to night. I will easily overindulge in it, but I understand what I do, so it's important for me to take a break from that, take a rest, and respect some balance in life at some point in the year, at some point in some regular cycle of my own being. But truly, um, overindulgence in any one thing can truly cause an imbalance in our own body. People, they might make jokes or whatever and say, "Are you on drugs?" And I've known some people. I knew one person, and he drank like 4 liters of Coca-Cola per day. Per day. That's what he drank every day. Minimum 4 liters of Coca-Cola per day. If you didn't have that, dude was not a good camper. You could call it a drug, you could call it a vice. We all got our kind of little things that we love to have with us. And a little bit of balance is always healthy, I've found. Um, even in something that we love every day, being able to take a break from it and know that we're not a different person because of it. That's pretty important. Self control, self development, self awareness. If I know my process, if I know my cycles, and I'm going through a particular process or cycle, and I know I'm going to be upset or very agitated around that time, then I'm going to make sure and stay to my room. I'm going to order some pizza. I'm going to stay in my room. I ain't going to call nobody, ain't going to talk to nobody. I'm going to keep to myself. Because if I'm going to yell or shout or get upset, it's going to be at my own darn self. It ain't going to be at nobody else. I know exactly why and what's going on. I don't need to let anybody share in that. Just let the phase pass by and boom, storm passed. Time to come on out. Yo. Actually, I kind of like that sword series. I'm gonna just say sword. I like that. It says moderation for everything except moderation because everything has an exception. Because moderation for everything except moderation, where my mind goes to, is that you can't moderate moderation because everything else needs moderation. So moderation is moderation. So it needs something else. I wish you on all of it. I love it. I love it. That's cool. I like it. Wonderful perspective. Oh, we had another reading to do. Did you have any questions or comments or anything else? Indigenous American, just let me know. I'll wait for your response before I move on. And also Stratton, if you are here, let me know. Put a message in the log there, and I will be aware and all that you're still here, and we'll do a reading for you. Speak, speak. Again, Stratton, if you're here, Stratton, your name was a lot longer, so just put a message in the chat there so I'm aware of it. Okay, I will, I have not heard from Stratton, so then I like that Zex, the dragon god, the dragon god. How do we build up energy? Okay, how to build up energy? Why the dark lines on your eyes? Um, fair enough question, and nobody else asked it like that, so I'll be inclined to share with you. Is that Sekhmet is huge. Sekhmet is lioness, and Sekhmet is a fierce protectress, a form of the Divine Mother. And yeah, I'll show you. I got a little piece of her. And so, like, I was in a really bad place in my life. Like, when I was in a bad place, I mean, like, the people where I was, man, that was what was hurting. It was not a good place. Like, people, not just myself. And I found something to connect with her, and I connected with her energy, and she saved my ass. And that lioness aspect of that lion, I learned of another story, which was how there was an entire group of beings, of people who were like lion bodied humanoid beings. And they all they left. It was time for them to go back home. And Sekhmet is the one who decided to stay behind and to continue to help humanity. And her resonance somehow still exists on this world, and she can hear us. Her energy, her frequency can hear us. So I really connected with that aspect of myself, tiger, lion aspect of myself. And I was doing my makeup already in the Eye of Ra, Eye of Heru format for some time. Not something that I just decided to do aesthetically, but something I was inclined to do by spirit. And so I went ahead, and one thing led to another, and well, this is what I found is what I find myself to be comfortable with. And talking about building energy, how does one build energy? In order to build energy, we must stop expending energy. We got to learn how to kind of put a stopper on the use of our energy. Now, normally, other things happen, but I'm going to talk about what one does to start building that energy. Now, number one, you're a healer. You're a healer. Starting out, you're a healer. You want to build your energy so that you can heal, so that you can help others. Maybe you're not the healer, maybe you're the protector. And you want to send out that positive energy to help protect somebody, so you're the protector. But understanding how this energy, you've been naturally helping other people throughout your life in one way or another, however you see it. You good deed here, good deed there. I don't need all that love, all that help that's been given to another individual and to other people. That needs to come right back at oneself. We need to not learn, we need to start caring for oneself. And as that energy starts to cycle back within ourselves, taking care of ourselves before we go help other individuals, we start building ourselves up. We start learning our little cycles, our little twitches, our little ticks, or this. And we start learning things about ourselves, because why? We're interacting with ourselves rather than somebody else. Rather than going over and looking into the mirror, I'm looking at my hands, and this is life, and I'm paying attention to what's before me and what I'm doing. And this is a huge reason why my another contributing reason of why my attitude towards other people remains the way that it is because I understand myself, and so I understand other people are just like that too. They just might not have had the chance, opportunity, or time to get to know themselves. That's why they don't interact well with me at those times, or whatever the case. And that's why I can respect them, not be upset with them. I can understand their viewpoint because I used to be back there too. But once I really got to be able to take care of myself and understand to love myself on the physical day to day aspect and reality, that's when the energy, it starts at your root chakra, comes up into your core, and you learn how to take this loving energy and allow it to build and build and build, and whatever new energy comes in, you literally can transform that into positive energy within oneself. By knowing one's own cycles, you know the energy didn't start with you, it was somebody else's. They gave it to you. How did the energy come in? Emotional attachment, emotional excitement, be it rage, be it happiness, be it sadness, doesn't matter. That was the energy that came in, that was transferred. And because a person transferred the energy from them to you, now they no longer have to feel it, you do. What I learned to do was that instead of passing this energy on to another person, was to use alchemy and transform it myself. But this is just something I did naturally. The books that I read were like, oh, hey, somebody studied what I'm doing naturally. That's cool. There was like guiding posts, all the stories and stuff. It was more like, yep, that's the right way. Keep going. Yep, mm-hmm. That's, oh, they left it out of that other wise book, but it's over there. I see where the good counsel comes from. I see where it's lacking. And being able to see those guideposts in life really allows one to walk with the eyes of the mind, to be able to put together the elements before us and see more than a visual representation of what we want to use and clothe with a word. And that's why when people see me the first time, they have the reaction that they have, because there's no, at first, people, they have no clue what they are looking at. And the most basic, simple answer I could use and say is shaman. There's a lot more. We could talk for hours about all of that. But at its core, somebody came on earlier. They were like, "Are you a shaman?" And I was like, "Yep." And they were like, "I knew it." And I was like, "Boom! Well, they got some familiarity with stuff going on." And I really do just see myself as the I'm one of many, and they've been out there the whole time. But it wasn't time for this world to be seen or known because the world was too hostile to our magical kind around the world. And so I've stayed on my leap of faith as somehow my future continues to unfold and progress, and I'm not starved off, you know. I mean, I got some food and whatnot, you know. Things are looking on the up and up, but always continuing forward. A lot of people, they'll get too giddy in celebration and lose their footing, lose their focus. And that's one thing I've been reminded of throughout my life is it is gosh dog easy to lose your footing. And this world got everything they're gonna throw in your way to distract you. We got a lot of family out there. That's been the theme of today is family. Family in unseen places. Family isn't, you don't even know he's there, but they watch and they hear you. They trying to send you the omens. Omens. What omens? You know, there's little signs. You might call them coincidences. I call them omens. Because they're messages just for you. Nobody else is going to get it. Nobody else is going to understand it, but you will. You get it. That's why you were the first one to notice it. Let alone if anybody did believe you when you pointed it out and they saw it too. That's something to be solid and stable in knowing about what you have a connection to. Other people, they chase this connection and didn't attain it to being 80 years old. No shit. I'm serious. They chased it their whole life, and somehow you made the connection before you turned 20 or before you turned 30 or whatever the case in age you jumped, you got to at some early age, and you didn't seem to have to even go through the rigmarole that they tried to go through for all them years. Man, they tried so hard, but you just seem to do it effortlessly. It's because what is in your second nature, what you are, you just embody it. And that's why I say continually to individuals to follow your heart. Because your heart's going to help you see who you're meant to be, and it's going to help you do things that are going to chase away people that did not have your betterment in mind. The spirit can see everything. And I've given this advice out before to certain individuals, but it pops into my mind at this time. And people would ask me to come do them a favor or something. Bro, I need your help, need your help, need your help right now. Let me do it. Can I help you tomorrow? It's gotta be right now. I'm in the middle of something else. I can't leave what I'm doing. I'll be happy to help you tomorrow. If they can't wait till tomorrow, now I know there's certain emergency situations. I'm not talking about emergencies here, okay? What the other person's asking for, it can wait. It's not fucking death or die or loss or nothing like that's going on here. Because the reason why I will wait till tomorrow is because when I sleep on it, I've done this multitude of times. When I sleep on it, I'll wake up the next day, alarm clock didn't go off. They didn't wind up needing my help. There was this, there was that, whatever the case. And that was my own spirit. That was the spirit divine, whatever you want to call it. But when I slept on it, my spirit, my soul went and looked at that situation and said, nope, that ain't going to be a good idea. And fucked up my plans, made sure my alarm clock didn't go off, whatever, so that I didn't go and get into a bad situation, cause myself more problems. If it was proper that I go and help and do all that stuff, then guess what? The alarm clock is going to go off. I'm going to feel good. Things going to be going all right. Make myself whatever. And I'm going to be up for a good day. And we're going to get that taken care of. And spirit, my soul went out that night and looked at it and said, you know what? Everything looks good. Let's go. And that's why it worked out. Humans want to act, we want to act impulsively in the moment. But I've said this before and I urge it again. Become the cause rather than the reaction. Put into this world your essence, your heart, your presence. It's not a difficult. Miss Flores. People ask that one quite often and say, "How long does it take you to get ready for these streams?" If I if I'm taking my shower, we could put in the 40-minute ballpark range. Makeup, all that kind of stuff or whatever. But like, just put it on my clothes or whatever, 10, 15 minutes. Um, my necklaces and whatnot are just like me. And my bracelets are always on. I don't take my bracelets off. Like, life is life. So I've got, just a few items I'm throwing together. It's nothing too complicated. Um, People like to dress up for things. And throughout my life, I've been part of the Renaissance Festival world. I've been a Jehovah's Witness. I've been part of um, college stuff. I've been a part of temples, or I should say a temple. I've been a part of a temple and activities there on a daily basis. Baptist, uh, so much, so much. And when I got into the Renaissance world of things, I did notice that there were some people who kind of just like, I don't know, there was one or two, there was a few. There was a few, and they lived in their garb like 24/7. That was who they are. They always look like, whoa. But those were not the majority that I was around. Because people dress up for their job on the weekend or whatever, but then they just wear their clothes, or their little handbag that they sell at their shop or whatever their craft is or whatever they like or case or, you know, they have a little bit of diversity in themselves. But for the majority, people will just kind of wear like, regular clothing and have a normalish regular life. And just for myself, I'm like, I'm living this 24/7. What you talking about? Weekend, anything? This is 7 days a week for me. Everything I learned, like, it goes back to my mom. It starts with my mom. We were Jehovah's Witnesses. Obviously, I'm not anymore, but born and raised for 28 years. And my mom, she had got cancer in her stomach lining, and then that got led to brain cancer. Anyways, um, they said we couldn't celebrate holidays, and it was Mother's Day, and I wanted to celebrate Mother's Day. So I decided if I make every day Mother's Day, then I'm not celebrating a holiday. Fuck their rules. And I'm gonna honor my mother every day of my motherfucking life. And then after she passed away, because my mom, the greatest regret she had was that I was not a kid. I grew up very responsible. So I decided to dress up for Halloween every single day of my life. Not just to dress up, but because of the fundamental truth that I found in the meaning of why people dress up for Halloween. Because it's about to be Day of the Dead. We're about to hang out with our ancestors. So we gotta scare away all the bad spirits. And I'm like, you only do this one fucking day out of the year? Well, let me put on Be a Kid for the rest of my life and fucking Halloween and the meaning of scaring away spirits. Let me fucking dress up every fucking day of my life. I'm gonna go to bed like this. I'm gonna wake up like this. I'm gonna take a shower. Fuck this. Yes. And then I found out that life started to smooth out because those bad spirits are very much embodied by really bad people. And them motherfuckers are bullies and they stay away from things that look scary. Boo! Think I'm the devil. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna have fun and have coffee time for me. What I find success in, I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't care what anybody thinks. If it works, I'm using it. Other people go, huh, it works, but it's gonna make people think something of me. Fuck that. Give me what works. Because truly, if you have an opinion of what someone thinks of you, it should be whatever divine presence you believe is out in this world, not what some person thinks of you. Because the journey they're going to send you on, you're going to wind up with a dirty face and hands all kind of filthy. You're going to have to take a shower after that one. Tell you what. Life is beautiful. And when you can see your family, even in the hidden spaces all around you, even when you ain't got no brother or sister or mom or dad around you, but you know there's family out there. There's someone that thinks that you like you think. There's somebody that got a heart like you got. Those energies connect. You could say telepathy. You could call it magic. You'd be right on both points. But we connect far more than these phones connect us. Quantum communication. The next technology, you're going to have like a quantum phone. It's just helping us realize what our souls, what our bodies are already doing. We've been doing this for a good long time. That's why we need the physical things in front of us to realize what we're already doing. These tarot cards, well, technically these would be oracle cards. These tarot cards are doing nothing but explaining to us what we're doing inside already naturally. That's all it's doing. It's just giving us details of what's going on within. And sometimes we need the physical representation in our hands so we can realize what's going on within. And you don't necessarily need tarot or oracle or any other type of cards. Some people learn how to communicate with nature quite easily. Interesting enough, the I Ching system, which is equivalent to this Egyptian oracle system, sticks, man. And it said sticks. Got some sticks, we good. The Norse, Scandinavian, we got some stabs, bunch of sticks. They're gonna show some shapes. We can learn how to interpret what is going on inside through any system one can devise or receive. And I think that's a real beautiful thing. That's where I wrote my book. That's how I started my life, by seeing and realize that I could be anything. I didn't realize I was saying I want to be God's son. And he goes, hey, meet your mama. Let a bunch of other people know it's the same thing for them too. It ain't much different. Things are a lot different in the astral realm than humans naturally perceive that to be. And the more we connect with our heart, the more that we connect with a pure, pure, pure goodness and kindness of healing and support for our family that's humanity. What is my nationality? It's humanity. Hannes Rensen. That's cool. You have 100% pure Scandinavian blood. Whoa. Like, I see that, like, all the ancients, they had, like, a specific expertise. Every single group, every single tribe, every single part of the world, from Norse to all other parts, to Egyptian to Indian, we had our specialties. And in these specialties, we're able to, like, balance the world's energy. We're able to create a harmony because we weren't at division with ourselves. And I believe we can build like that again. I don't just, for me, like, I don't see Atlantis as something in the just as something in the past. I see that as something that is going to be our future. But continually, every single day, I bring out it in some regard, in some way, that, like, we must care about our fellow human as much as we make some advancement in AI or electronics, or as all the other fields that we've made progress in. We got to make progress in caring for each other beyond labor to get you the basic necessities of life, like a roof over your head and food and water. It's not hard to understand why people do bad things, because they need to eat, they need to keep a roof over their head. I imagine the amount of problems in this world that will go away overnight if everybody had a roof over their head, food and water to eat, they knew they had that for the rest of their life. So many problems in the world just vanish. And there's a lot of people that try to do good things in the world, but this is why we need a fundamental shift in our society. Because as far as I'm aware, like Divine Father, Divine Mother, they don't want to intervene with humanity. They want their kiddos to just, it's better if you can learn it yourself. You know, somebody comes around, they tell you, hey, do it like this. And it doesn't seem to last. The lesson isn't instilled. Even if the action is done, the lesson being taught to the kids, taught to the next generation on how to care for the planet, how to do something. I think you're awesome. I appreciate you for being here. We're still on for a few more minutes. So what we got here? You know, NYT deer, but Viking wasn't a people. Going Viking was an action. So, okay, I completely agree on a large scope of scale, but hear me out all the way around, if you don't mind. So, in India, they have these certain hymns and mantras and so forth. And Sahasra, I'm not going. Anyways, it uses 108 names or 1,000 names of the same divine being, because every single city, every little place had a different name that this same being went from town to town to town, and many did this in India. Okay, their place did. They still got like some strong history on that, and they go over these today. Scandinavian, Scan, that was like India, and Viking was like one of those groups out of thousands. Like, and the reason why they went ham on the churches and stuff like that, I'm gonna tell you the legit truth. At first, it was peaceful relations. They went to their places, and they let the Christians come to their places. It was a full on exchange. It wasn't fighting. It was an exchange. Then, what wound up happening over time was that the Christians literally stole, adapted, used, took on certain aspects that they had. And then at some point, the Christians had, and they were cool with it. They were letting it happen. They weren't upset about it. And then the Christians wound up adopting their hairstyle. And when they did that, this was like, yo, that's something you fucking earn. You don't just do your hair like that. You earn the right through your actions to fucking wear your hair like that. And they got together and they said, we ain't living in a world with these poser ass motherfuckers to war till the end of us or them. We ain't living in this shithole. And that's when they started raiding every motherfucking place to the goddamn end of it. That's the real truth of it. You could really look into it, and that's what you're gonna find. History can be colored and doctored up of plentiful ways, and that's why really getting into the deep, 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 deep history of things and finding the minutiae from one generation, skip to go from grandparent to grandchild, they're not speaking the same language. They're both in the same country. They're using the same technical word, but that word has two different definitional meanings for both of them. That's why grandparent and grandchild can't communicate. They can't even pass on their own fucking family heritage because the fucking semantics of modern language destroy the ability to do that. It's changing that fast. So if in the literal reality from grandparent to grandchild, words change their meanings that much, the words we're actually receiving through just mass fucking information about some history, the definitions in the words don't actually match up. You gotta do some fucking investigating. There's many people who have been doing that since 2012 when we got the first wake up call. And then the big COVID hit, and then we got a second wake up call, and then the second little hit of that hit, and we got a third wake up call. And now the universe said, fuck you, if you didn't get the wake up call, we waking your ass up. You've been asleep way too goddamn long. Welcome up, wake up. Like, we don't, there's no waking up to do. Just be like, yo, fam, it's time to rise up under here from the dirt. It's time to come out from the shadows, guys. It's not that bad. They need our help. You're cool. I appreciate you. Much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here. Um, we usually jump off about this time from England. Awesome. And
I was just trying to catch any last comments or anything I should respond to or whatever. Usually I just jump right off to jump off. If you do want to send me a message, if you do have an idea or anything like that that you'd like to share, um, boom, there's my email. Love to hear from you. And otherwise, we will see you tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or -4 GMT is the time we jump on, 5 a.m. And much love, many blessings, Donna De Gawai, until we see you next time.